due to some things that we couldn't control ourselves, but I believe that we are going to have a very good start, and then we need everybody to cooperate. Okay, while we start, we would like to take the national anthem. It will be played, and then we should expect everyone to actually recite it. Please, let's stand to our feet. However you want to do it, please do it. Let's go ahead for the national anthem. Technical men. Please stop that. We need the national anthem, please. Yeah, we all know that Ife is great, and then we are great. Great Ife. So we know that we are great, so we don't need to say it over and over again. Right, okay, so please, let's go over to the national anthem. Please, technical team, cooperate. Thank you very much. That was a good one. Please, let's take our seat. All right. In this first opening session, I'm going to be the MC. My name is Ishaya Gambo from the Department of Computer Science and Engineering. And right away, I would like to invite our chairman, our big chairman, the LOC chairman, that is the Local Organizing Committee, chairman of AICTTRA 2021. I thought that you are going to clap your hands while he comes. It's not easy for the one to give us his opening. Maybe we can still clap some more again if you don't know. You are welcome, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I want to welcome you and thank you for coming to the 14th edition of application of ICT to teaching, research, and application and administration. This is the 14th edition, and just like the MC said, the last edition was in 2019, and when we finished in 2019, we said, see you again next year. As expected, we are hoping, well, we had hoped that 2020 we have another session, but we all knew what happened. COVID happened. But we want to thank God that 2021 we are here again, and we believe that we will be able to sustain this. I want to welcome everyone to this program. Today is not the opening ceremony. I think we flip this on its head. This is an unusual time, and so we do things in an unusual way. For some reason, we could not have the opening ceremony today, and we already set out the date that we're going to start. So what do? We've sent out invitation, we've sent out notice to our guests, and so we had to just do the things that is proper. We keep the program for the period, the duration that we have planned. So we are starting today with the plenary. The plenary is part of the program, but they are supposed to come after the opening ceremony. So tomorrow we'll be having a formal opening ceremony, wherein I will read my formal speech for welcome everyone. But today, let me just say everyone is welcome. We are already behind time, and we're sorry for that. A lot of things were not in place in terms of logistics that we thought would be in place, and some were just beyond our control. We want to welcome our guests who have come from far. Some people spent 6 to 7 hours on the road yesterday. In fact, somebody called me, they were on the Long Bridge for 4.5 hours on the Long Bridge in Lagos. but some of them are still here. One of our guest speakers, unfortunately, has not been able to make it. We are still expecting him, but until he's here, we can't wait any longer, so we have to start. I want to hand over back to the MC, but just to start off by saying that I know, and I'm sure those who are here, the guests that are here, are going to give you things that will enhance your knowledge, improve your understanding of the things that we talk about in ICT. And at the end of the day, it's our intention that the knowledge from here will go forth and move the nation forward. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The chairman, LOC, AICTTRA 2021. Maybe you should stay clap more again while he takes his steps to his seat. Beautiful. Thank you very much. Well, right away. All right, thank you very much. Well, without wasting much of our time, we go ahead to invite the lead speaker that will be speaking to us in this plenary session 1. And just like the chairman said, we are going to be having some interesting insight into ICT, and most likely ICT application in education, teaching, and other fields that we have out there. Now, on the list here, we have the lead speaker 1 to be Mr. Femi Shadamoro. Please, if you are here, let's put our hands for him. Mr. Femi is coming. Yeah, Mr. Femi is the Managing Director of Credit Investment Company Limited. And I thought you would clap more than that. All right, I think I will need to let you know what topic Mr. Femi will be speaking on is very much interesting, and then is on the impact of digital currency and blockchain technology in sub-Saharan Africa, and then he will be unveiling to us the trend, the challenges, and then the way forward. Let's put our hands again for that. And then the lead speaker number 2 is Mrs. Olubunmi Ajayi. She's a data architect in Lagos. If she's here, please, let's walk her up to the high table. Mrs. Olubunmi Ajayi. I was thinking great Ife will give great clap. Right? Okay, that is good. Because that is what looks good on us. Because we are great, so our clap too should be very great. Right. So, Mrs. Olubunmi Ajayi will be speaking on data governance and business strategic alignment, and then she also will be unveiling to us the trend, the opportunities in sub-Saharan Africa. An interesting topic for that. Okay. I'm having another lead speaker again. That is the 3rd lead speaker. We are having Mr. Obi Emekaron. Please, sorry. Okay. Okay, he is not around for now. I guess we are going to have him later. So right away, we'd like to call Engineer Tope Ajayi to read their citations, and then so that we'll know who and who they are, and then we can uncover a lot of information about them. Let's put our hands for Engineer Tope Ajayi.
Thank you, MC. Good afternoon, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I will do justice to the citation of the 2 eminent speakers that we have on the high table. And I'm going to start with Mr. Femi Shadamoro. Mr. Femi Shadamoro is the MD CEO of Emperor Resources Limited and Core Credit Investment Company Limited. Both are involved in different levels of financial and intermediary services. He has 21 years working experience with 5 of leading banks in Nigeria, spanning over credit and marketing, international trade operations, corporate banking, retail and customer banking, audit, project finance, project management, and financing, amongst others. In addition, Mr. Femi Shadamoro has a BSc degree in computer engineering from Obafemi University, Ife, Great Ife. An MBA majoring in marketing and MSc in economics, both from University of Lagos. Also, in 2018, he participated in the Senior Executive Fellow Executive Education Program from Harvard Kenneth School, Cambridge, Massachusetts in the USA. Mr. Femi Shadamaro is involved in different levels of community development programs through his local community, his high school and university alumni levels. Also, in his leisure time, he played tennis and golf. A member of Ikoyi Club, Ikeja Golf Club, amongst other recreational activities. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Mr. Femi Shadamoro to this honor. Thank you. I'm reading for Miss Olubumi Ajayi. Olubumi Ajayi is an IT professional who has spent most of her career dealing with data needs of financial and oil and gas corporations. She has worked as a trainer, a programmer, system administrator, database administrator, solution implementation consultant, and data architect for the past 3 decades. She holds a bachelor's degree in computer science with economics from Obafemi Awolowo University, OAU, Great Ife. MSc degree in information technology from University of Maryland, University College, and data science certificate program from University of California, Irvine. She is a good communicator and an excellent inspirational leader. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mrs. Olubumi Ajayi to this occasion and welcome them to the homecoming of Great Ife. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Remember I said that we are Great Ife, so our clap should also be great. I thought you can do that. All right. Good. That is very nice. Thank you, Engineer Tope Ajayi, for that. Okay, right away, we have a very important guest in our midst who apparently she is the chairman of this plenary session 1 that we are having. And it is a privilege actually for us to have this kind of person in our midst. And she's very sound, I must say that. And she's the current Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic of this great institution. I thought hearing that would encourage someone to put his hand. All right, so please, let's welcome Professor Mrs. M.O. Babalola as the chairman of this plenary session. The DVC academic is a professor of quantity survey. Praise. Oh. Okay, sorry. Don't mind me. Even if I say it, at least it's in line. Okay. I will right away hand over to the chairman, who will take over from this point. Let's put our hands for her again.
The professors that are here, our guest speakers, all distinguished participants. I apologize for coming late. It's not in my character. But we have our provision team for like 3 of our programs, and they have courtesy visits. So I just left the place. So without wasting time, I'm sure they've read the citation of the lead speakers. I will just call them one by one to give us their presentation. And I want us to listen to them. And if we have questions, let's list our questions, let's write them. And when the time comes, we'll have 10 questions. And I want to say that the theme of this program is topical and is timely. Application of information and communication technologies to teaching, research, and administration. And now that we have COVID-19 since 2019, yes. And we thought we are getting over it. Later we heard of COVID-19 Delta variant. Then the latest one now is the COVID-19 new variant. And it's like three countries in Vietnam, in Hong Kong, Israel, and another one, South Africa. And South Africa is very close by. And applying ICT to teaching, it's what we want to do now. And very recently, Professor Dagodo will bear me witness, and some other professors from here, the NUC came to check our readiness for online teaching. And when we talk about online teaching, ICT is very paramount, it's very germane. So, Sazama, we would like to listen to you and give us advice, pieces of advice on how we can apply ICT to teaching, because we need it like never before now. Thank you. So I'll call on the first lead speaker, and that's sorry, let me use my glasses. I thought I could read without glasses. So the lead speaker one is Mr. Femi Shaka Moro. Okay, the Managing Director, Core Credit Investment Company Limited. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. It's a beautiful day, isn't it? I'm always excited to be here, back to my alma mater, and great effect. The other schools, when they were reading my citations, the other schools were because I just couldn't travel the distance. It's not because they were preferences. I would always like to come back here, and it's good to have you guys here. Good morning again, and please permit me to stand on the existing protocols. Chairman, I can see my professors, my lecturers, past lecturers, and I'm excited. And I'm excited to be here. Then for the students, I must commend the organizers for making this event open to the students, most especially. They seem to be the predominant population here. Hi guys. Am I off point? So I would like to go straight, because I need to go straight. I haven't spent 7 hours in traffic last night. I need to go straight. So I welcome you guys again to the 14th edition of the International Conference on Application of ICT to Teaching, Research, and Administration. And the topic I've been given to discuss today is the impact of data currency and blockchain technology in sub-Saharan African countries, the trend, challenges, and the way forward. So while I was doing the research on this topic, I saw the depth of how this is going to be. I decided as a finance, okay, let me quickly say that some of the pupils there, I'm sure a lot of you will be in the likes of the Paystags, the Microsofts of this world. Because when we were here many years ago, I remember one of my mentors telling me, take it a step at a time. And the man was driving one day who can say, okay, when will I afford to go? He said, one step at a time. So I see among the people's leaders of tomorrow, IT experts, ICT professionals, and the likes. So maybe some of you will take after some of us that went into banking, because it seems like I like money a lot. So, so straight on to the topic for today, digital currency. That is basically what we all know to be the trend in today's financial transactions, and that's why it's important that we take a look at this topic seriously. So digital currency is just an electronic form of payment, simply put. So, but unlike the physical cash that we carry on around us, maybe naira or dollars, the digital currency is transacted online, as we all know. So, a major example will be the Bitcoin or the other forms of cryptocurrencies that we have globally that is trending now. And as we all know, a lot of people are crypto conscious now, and so that's where the vibe is. But the platform for which this technology and the currencies are being traded are what we're going to discuss. The trend in Africa, how the opportunities are for, like our chairman mentioned, in our research as teaching aids and for financial transactions. But the financial transactions will be most of what I think I will concentrate the discussion for today on. So, basically the use of digital currency is to make transactions tamper-proof, censor-resistant, meaning that they cannot be controlled by government or private agencies. Basically, again, the safety consideration will be why it will be more interesting, and the burden, the risk of carrying our physical cash in today's economies will be very cumbersome and unattractive to many of us, which is why the digital currency is very attractive now. Now, we go straight to the platform from which these cryptos or the digital currencies are being operated on, and basically the blockchain, which I would define as distributed database for transaction processing and information storage, which uses secure, transparent technology for storage and transmission. So that's basically that, and the basic point here to note is that it's a distributed database that manages the list of records that are protected against tampering and modification. I think I said that earlier. So transactions, basically financial transactions, are where my focus are going to be, like I said before. So the concept of blockchain is into two distinctly possible approaches: the decentralized public approach and the centralized concept of blockchain. The blockchain as the database contains the history of all exchanges between the users and its creation. It is shared between various users without intermediaries, and this allows for each one of them to check the validity of the transaction channels. So basically there are key features to the blockchain, and one is that it must have conformity. Conformity in the sense that a customer of that's trying to do a transaction cannot do a transaction that exceeds the amount of balance in his account. And that goes without saying that, like we do in the traditional banking method, you can't unless you have a facility with the bank. The other one is that every transaction must be authorized, and that only a customer has an access to perform such transactions. Transactions should be unmodifiable. Once you have executed the transaction, you cannot go back to modify it. And that should be final. So basically that types of crypto blockchain that we have, public chain, and we have the private blockchain. In the public chain, each facilitator can read and use it to carry out transactions, but also if everyone can participate in the process of creating the consensus. There is therefore no central register nor a trusted third party. The government of public channels resulting from open source movements and cyber is simple. In the system, the nodes of the network validates the choices discussed and initiated by the developers. So that's about it. For the private, it is private, like he said, that it can only be achieved by a limited and predefined number of participants. So if we look at this, I think that diagram just summarizes the distinction between the two. And the difference between the two types of storages and transmission technology is that in the case of the private chain, there is no mining, no proof of work, and no remuneration required. It is private. So access to blockchain. Data blockchain can be classified into the following: public blockchain, in which there is no restrictions on reading blockchain data, which may be encrypted and submitting transactions for inclusion into the blockchain. Private blockchain, in which direct access to the blockchain data and submitting transactions is limited to predefined list of persons. And the permissionless blockchain, and I think it's good to say that these are just the security channels to which these blockchains are being transmitted, so that we know. And we have the permissionless blockchain, which there are no restrictions on identities of transactions processed. And the last one is the permission blockchain, which of course is performed by a predetermined list of subjects as known. Now, like I said, the topic says, how do I drive home this point to Africa and of course in Nigeria? So basically, all the technical jargons, how does it translate to real-time realities, opportunities for us in Africa and in Nigeria in particular is what we are trying to drive out here. I'll try to start this one with the opportunities that are and the trend in some of the African countries that we have. Blockchain technology have been finding real-world utilities across Africa and in the world in general. The concept of blockchain is getting transactions daily, is still being understood as innovators and innovation ecosystems define new ways of bringing blockchain technology into the new world. Financial solutions are the most common ones in blockchain space. And more than 1/3 of the Africa-related projects are recorded in the blockchain database, have their main focus in these financial sectors. Of course, we are not surprised because mobile money, if you go to Kenya, before it was very popular in Nigeria, I understand that Kenya had one of the most robust mobile money transactions in Nigeria, in Africa. So some African already explored the possibility of using blockchain-based financial services to reduce the cost of remittance payments. We know that when we do our transactions online with our banks and the cost of doing those, and the use of the cryptocurrencies like the Bitcoin. Other benefits from community-based lending solutions and currencies. One of the biggest game changers, however, in the financial sector is possible application of digital payment infrastructures. According to a survey about some banks in Africa, more than 2/3 of banks were working on the issue of central bank digital currencies at various stages. They include general purpose, which will provide direct cash and electronic payment substitutes, which mainly involve interbank transactions. Since 2018, however, the playing field of digital currencies has changed. And how has that happened in the African trade? Most of the challenges in Africa we see is, one, availability of currencies. Nigeria particularly we all know what happened with the scarcity. Those of us in the financial space know the shortfall in supply in dollar currencies, which has, of course, led to the spike in the exchange rate. And the other issue, the first one I'm trying to talk about is lack of the currencies to trade, fraud, the issue of fraud, and high transaction costs. These are the reasons why trading in the continent has been very challenging. But with the use of this blockchain and cryptocurrencies, these challenges can be easily overcome. And that again brings us to why the Central Bank of Nigeria introduced the e-Naira, which of course runs on the platform of the blockchain. And basically to improve transactions, as again carrying cash in your at hand, you can just do all these things through your digital currency. So Nigeria became the first country in Africa to introduce a digital currency with the launch of the e-Naira. So, like I said, the technology and the backbone of it is also on the blockchain technology, which we've been talking about. So, it is a type of digital currency, like I said, blockchain technology by the central bank. It can play a major role in Naira, which equals values of the physical cash. It's not any different from Naira value that we spend. So, the e-Naira also is similar to the cryptocurrency. It is built on the digital by said that, and holders of the currency, it's just as, apart from the fact that it's electronic. How does the e-Naira work? For the benefit of those of us that have not tried to download the application. The government is thinking of creating an electronic pocket to minimize the risk and ease of moving cash around, and of course the ease of transacting our financial businesses. Again, the other advantage is that it saves the central bank the cost of printing money. With the use of our e-Naira, there will be less attention on the physical cash, which of course costs the central bank and the country a lot of huge cost of printing paper currency. So benefits in the introduction of the e-Naira: supporting a resilient payment system, encouragement of rapid financial inclusion, reduction of cost in processing cash, I think I've said all of that, enabling direct and transparent intervention to citizens, increasing revenue and tax collection, facilitation of diaspora remittances, reduction of costs of financial transactions, improving efficiency of payments, which I've summarized. What are the trends of this in Africa, of the blockchain? Instead of having database in centralized servers, blockchain allows for data to be stored across global network of computers. Witnesses do not have to be in the same rooms. Their locations are diverse and remote. Consequently, no single entity, computer or computer has control over the database. Essentially, blockchain is a distributed ledger in which information is stored across a network of computers instead of a central server. This is essentially a distributed ledger technology, DLT. The use of cryptocurrency in Africa is on the rise significantly, if I must say that, as digital currency offers swift, convenient, direct peer-to-peer channel for remittance payments. So, according to Chain Analysis, which carried out the research, a report was released that the African currency market in the use of the crypto market is significantly on the rise. I'm trying to summarize and reduce all the technical jargons in the report. So challenges, clearly blockchain and cryptocurrency have potential for facilitating African international trade, but there are challenges. Some of the central banks have banned the use of the cryptocurrency transaction like it happened in our country. Therefore, access to potential for enhancing African international trade in this regard, we must focus on three key aspects: supply chain tracing, trade transactions, trade facilitation, cross-border payments. And I'll come into that. There are challenges in the currency and blockchain in sub-Saharan Africa. One of the challenges is insufficient data, because we don't have records for needed data to be able to follow the trends of the cryptocurrency. The second one is the lack of reliable and affordable internet. I think that is self-explanatory, and we witnessed that on our trip from Lagos. A lot of times the network is out of range. So those are the challenges. Financial literacy, a lot of people are still, even the very educated ones, are still locked on to their conventional investment opportunities of real estate or stockbroking. Very few people, maybe the younger one, I think there is a graph that also shows the trend of the usage of the currencies is trending more with the younger population of the country. So, the way forward for the continent is, one, we need to follow actual drivers of cryptocurrency drivers. So, who are the drivers? The participants, investors, private sector, and even the country. They need to understand technology significance and the many use cases of crypto. Create more inclusive global governance. And this explains why some of the central banks are banning them, because of the inclusion that this may have. The disparity and the impact on underbanked individuals living in these countries have contributed to the appeal of cryptocurrency. How that is. The underbanked, all you need is your phone to use it. There are about 7 uses of these cryptocurrencies in Africa. One, digital payment for public procurement, decentralized electricity payments. And I found that out, I was surprised. But I will not mention all the 7 for time, but I would like to mention about 3. The fourth one is digital identification and educational credentials. Like Chairman had said, digital land administration, agriculture and mining, chain tracing, trade facilitation. So, like I said, I'll just go to the first one that interested me was the electricity, the use of it. And that was found in my research, and I'll quickly run through it. More than 50% of the African population do not have access to electricity. This is largely due to our remote locations and of the rural access and access to the national grid. So, the blockchain makes it viable for the scaling up of microgrid power solutions. It can make power trading cost effective and feasible. A blockchain architecture can make it easier and cheaper to monitor and execute the smallest transactions as many times as needed. Both electricity producers and consumers can interact on with each other without the need of a central coordinator. That is one of the uses that I find interesting. Educational, digital education and educational credentials. In an increasing global knowledge-based working environment where remote working is increasingly common, the need for cost-effective and reliable verification mechanism to check educational credentials has become urgent. A blockchain-based credential verification system could be a solution, and that has been what has been deployed, in solution. African governments are taking notes. For instance, the Ethiopian Ministry of Education had entered into a deal with a company, a blockchain identity solution for input and output. The firm behind is to develop a countrywide student teacher identification system. It started with the pandemic and the lockdown we had during the COVID period, I'm sure we all know the importance of this blockchain to our educational system. I think the last thing I'd like to talk about is the cross-border payment system of the cryptocurrency. I think we've also said that the cryptocurrency enhances international trade across border currency transactions and the likes. So, my conclusions and recommendations. Firms doing business in Africa grapple with the cumbersome, fraud-infested environment that we operate in. Trading partners lack the data or the capacity to confirm transactions of their businesses, and therefore, we all know why these cryptocurrencies will eliminate all those challenges. So the other recommendations is optimize African supply chain with blockchain, and I'm sure when I mentioned the issue of cross-border payment system, of course, the supply chain will consequently follow. And it was not surprising to find that a lot of Asian companies are actually already accepting these cryptocurrencies we trade with African countries, and they are more open to it to drive the businesses than the Western community. So, seize digital infrastructure opportunities. Global technology firms are already sorted to facilitate blockchain adoption in Africa. With investment of several millions of dollars being invested, they've launched to strengthen the blockchain ecosystem and facilitate the communication and adoption of blockchain for the real world. In closing, I would like to mention just last week, Friday, February 26th, the Central Bank Governor was at a 56th CBN Bankers Dinner, where he stated that in the last 2 years, there's been over 153% growth, increase in the digital channels in the last 2 years. Absolute value of 3.3 billion naira, as against 1.3 billion naira 2 years ago. And that explains why we also need to embrace this new technology and payment platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Femi Jamoro. Thank you very much. You said that you like money. Everybody likes money, and you know money is key to all that we do in life, and especially to the theme of this program. And I don't know whether we have anybody from Bursary. Nobody from Bursary are organizers. You should have invited them, and then you persuade. Let me tell you, of course. You have told the bursar to send at least somebody. This is what they should listen to. Yes, this is what they should listen to. And I can see CSO there, I think. I was wondering, you look like a senator. And when I saw it, I looked through the topics and we invited the speakers. I didn't say anything on security. So organizer, since he's very keen and he's there personally. So you should include something on security, because security is part of administration, maybe the subsequent one. Let's say about security too. So thanks for coming, sir. I know we have rapporteurs, Dr. Gambo and Dr. Omodubi. So after all the presentations, you give us the summary of what they have presented. I'll call on the second speaker now. And that's my beautiful sister, Mrs. Olubumi Ajayi. She'll be talking to us on data governance and business strategy alignment, trends, challenges, and opportunities in sub-Saharan Africa. You're welcome.
Thank you. I want to appreciate the audience here, the eminent chairman, all the excellent professors and all the other academians, and all protocols observed, and the students as well. It's good to be back to my alma mater. I was almost saying, good to be back home. I would really say that this is home for me. Sorry, let me remove so that you can see my face. This is home for me, yeah. Because even as a child, I used to come here, before I became a student. So I'm very used to this environment. So it's really home, and I'm glad to be back. And I tell you, great Ife. Ife will always be great, no matter where you go. When you meet Ife people, they are different. And when I came in this morning, I saw my professor, Professor Adagmodo. You can imagine he was my lecturer back then. So you can imagine, several years back. And when I saw the other professors too, in computer science department, I was amazed that we really have dynamic people, in this environment. So students, we are blessed, to have all these good people around. So back to the main business now. I'm here to talk about, the alignment of business data governance. So I'll be talking about data governance and business strategic alignment, trends, challenges, and opportunities in sub-Saharan Africa. I want to appreciate, before I go into this, the organizers as well. You've really done a good job. This is a world-class setting, and I tell you because I've been to conferences, and this setting is really good. It's really conducive, for people to really learn. So thank you for organizing this. So I'll be going into that. Please, can I have the PowerPoint? I want to present with the PowerPoint. I thought that was okay. While we are waiting for the PowerPoint, because I'm not a professor, I'm an industry person. So I prefer to use PowerPoint. But that notwithstanding, I will start from here. So this is what you say. Yes. This is what you say. No, I sent them. Please, sorry for the
We are eating into Madam's time. She has only 20 minutes.
Recording in progress.
Okay, the chairman just asked me to inform us that while we are waiting for the PowerPoint slide, please take note of the first list. Try to document them so that when it is time for us to ask, you can actually have something to ask. So you can, begin to think on what to actually ask now.
In addition, we have questions. Please write and send to the MC. I think it's better that way. Once we are done, please send to me.
I think I'll be presenting from here. How we are waiting for that to come on. Okay. So, good morning once again. And like I mentioned, I'll be presenting on data governance and business strategic alignment in sub-Saharan Africa, trends, challenges, and opportunities. Over the years, we've gathered data. We started with just ordinary reporting. We want to know how our business is doing. So on a daily basis or maybe periodically, we use the data to generate reports. But data has evolved.
I think they can be scrolling.
No, so you can. The one you sent,
That's what I'm saying.
yes.
We are going to scroll.
It's not you can send it.
Like I forward
Yes, send it right. My email is sorry, Mira,
I'm so full of apologies for the interruption. So I'll just continue while that is being sorted out. So like I was saying, over the years we've acquired data, and data is investment. It's a lot of money, to acquire data. You get infrastructure, you get applications, you get experts, to do all that. And with time, it was discovered that we could actually do more with data. So what happened? Then we got into the era of business intelligence, when we started to have things like data warehouses. So we started mixing and matching data, across different enterprises, organizations, we could share data. But over time as well, as we speak now, data has evolved to be a big asset, to enterprise, to countries, to the entire region, to the whole world. It has evolved, to that point now. such that if you are an organization or enterprise, if you are not making use of your data, then you are really shortchanging, the organization, and the organization cannot really, move forward that much, because research has shown it that organizations that are data-driven, they are really forging ahead much more than the ones, that are not doing that. And what do I mean by being data-driven? Is by making data, to drive your decisions. You are being factual about the decisions that you take based on the data that you have generated over time, because your data tells stories. Right along your value chain, your data tells story. Right from acquisition, and you don't acquire data, just for the sake of it. And that is what, this presentation is all about. It's not about, I know that I'm in academics environment, but permit me to say that it's not about academic, exploits. When you talk about data, it's about application. How are you applying data to your business, to your organization, to whatever processes or business objectives that you have? So it all starts from that. What kind of data are you gathering? Is it such that it can give you, the relevant information to your organization that will build knowledge over time, that will make you to have insightful actions, that will bring about good outcome? Is that the kind of data that you are gathering? It's not just about, I want to implement this technology or the other, but it's all about business outcome. It's all about your goals, as an enterprise, an organization, or even, a learning environment like this. Every organization will have its objectives to meet. Next slide. So, over time, like I said, there has been influx of data, and data has been stored in different places. You have your operational data stores where you have your transactional data, you have streaming data. These days you have sensors all over because you want to monitor, some equipment, you want to monitor some facility, you want to do remote monitoring. You don't want things to break, before you know it. You want to be sensitized about what is going on around whatever facility or equipment that you might be managing or in the environment where you work. Then we have our data mart, which is a subset, of the data warehouse, and that one is focused on a particular, process or a major function within an organization. Like for instance, in this kind of learning environments now, we can say that Faculty of Technology, is a function. And so what are those things that Faculty of Technology wants to manage? That's function-centric. So data mart can be built, to see to that. But data warehouse is all-encompassing. Like the entire campus like this, we have the data warehouse where you have academics and non-academics, data, and you have students' data as well. All sorts of things can go into data warehouse. Then we are in the era of big data now. And when you talk about big data, you have structured, semi-structured, unstructured. Before now, data warehouse or data mart will not store your unstructured data. Because when you talk about videos, streaming from internet, for instance, you can't store it, in data warehouse. But data lake will take everything. It takes things in its raw form. Wherever the data is coming from, it just takes it like that. And there is the opportunity for you to now go in and structure it the way that you want, on the fly. Next slide. So, with that influx of data now, how can we realize, value from data? How can we get the actual benefit, from data? It takes conscious effort. It has to be intentional. If data has been sitting there for years, that nobody has really done much about it until recent time, when people are now having more insight. But even up till now, if you don't do something about it, it will still be sitting down there. And what do you need? You know, you need people to be aware to start with. Who are those stakeholders? Who are the data owners? Who are the experts, you know, around that data? Because when you take some data sets, for instance now, let me take some data sets, maybe from pharmacy, you know, faculty of pharmacy. As a computer scientist, I'm not an SME on that data. So I'm not the data owner. So you need data owner that is an SME there to be brought together so that you can look at the data, you know, more closely. Like when you talk about structure now, who are the major stakeholders? How are you going to arrange, you know, those stakeholders in such a way that they can collaborate and do something really good, you know, with the data? What will be the roles? You know, if you don't define the roles and people know their responsibilities around the data, it will still amount to nothing. So the more, you know, that you have that conscious effort to put in rules, to put in procedures, to put in processes around data in such a way to guide people, to guide business owners, you know, to guide the ordinary users, for them to know that this is what I'm supposed to do with this data. Until we get to that, we may not realize, you know, value from data, no matter how much data that we gather. Next one, please. So, what is data governance? That is what leads us to data governance now. That the long and short of it, if you don't govern your data, you cannot realize value from it as an organization. You must make that conscious effort. And what is data governance? It's an emerging cross-functional management program that treats data as an enterprise asset. Like I said earlier on, it's an asset, and you must treat data as such. A collection of corporate policies, standards, processes, people, and technology essential to managing critical data, you know, to a set of goals. That set of goals is very, very key when you talk about data governance, because you cannot just say that I want to bring people together, I want to tell them what to do. Whatever you do must be in consonance with your business objectives. And before you are able to do that, you know, it's data governance that will be driven, you know, by whatever data gaps that you might have noticed. Take, for instance, we are looking at sub-Saharan Africa. I was looking at it as I was doing research. I saw that the last census that we did as a country was in 2006. So already we have a data gap there. Because compare 2006 to 2021, can we use the same data? It's not possible. That data is obsolete. So that's a kind of factor that can actually drive data governance. Because in Africa, we want development. We are aspiring, you know, to get to third world, I said third world now, to advanced countries, you know, like we have European countries, you know, American countries. We want to get to that place. But how do we get there? We need data, you know, that will drive all our decisions. Yes, we have programs. I was looking at it. We have a 2030 agenda for African Union. We have 2065, you know, that will take us 50 years, you know, to get there. All the plan is there, but without data, we cannot get to anywhere. And population is very key. You talk about human capacity. How do you want people to develop and make sure that everybody is well positioned, you know, to really drive the economy? It's all about data. It's all about, you know, having the right data around population. So that's why it's important. What are we driving, you know, as an institution like this? What are the objectives? As a country, what are the objectives? What kind of data do we need? That's very important. So what does data governance, you know, address at the end of the day? It helps us to reduce risk when you talk about security, you know, or when you talk about regulations that you have to put in place, it helps us to do that because you can actually put in some rules, put in some policies to say, when you collect personal data, how should I keep it? What kind of data, you know, should I even collect from people? And how do I disclose what that data will be used for? You know, all those things, there are laws and policies, you know, governing all such things. And so data governance will bring that out. I mean, if it's a need for you as an organization, you know, to have that in place. It also helps with efficiency, because when you talk about data governance, it has to do with data acquisition, you know, availability, accessibility, auditability, security, and the rest. So, because you might have data and you might not even know that you have it, or you might be looking for it, you might go to reacquire it, and it's a lot of money to get data, depending on the type of data that you want to get. Then, even usage too. You might not be able to bring the data together because you cannot integrate data. You know, data is in silo. You have different databases. All the different databases are not talking. You have your data warehouse, you know, everything is just in silo. But with data governance, you know, it will improve efficiency because it will bring out that data gap, and you can intentionally, you know, address that particular data gap that will make everybody to see where data is easily and with easy accessibility as well. Then in terms of opportunity, we are in the era of analytics now, heavy analytics, you know, data science and the likes. It helps you to bring data together, to analyze, to visualize, you know, to support critical business decision. And that is what brings about, you know, a data-driven organization. Then the last one, you know, collaboration and accountability. It brings everybody together, like along the value chain, you know, of your organization, of your business. You can actually see, you know, based on processes and workflows, how everything is moving. Like this is an institution now, we have students. How is the admission going? You know, what is the flavor of students that we are admitting into the university? What kind of graduation rate do we have? You know, departmental level, faculty level, the entire institution and all that. What kind of faculties, you know, do we have? You know, across the flavor of faculties, you know, across the entire institution. It will help to, you know, kind of collaborate and know who are in different places and who should be involved in whatever, you know, major developmental projects, you know, that may be taking place within the environment. It helps us to actually discover and, you know, collaborate better. Next slide. So, coming back to Africa now, what are the data challenges that we are having? You know, these challenges will actually bring out the reason why we need data governance. Because based on our objectives, you know, in African Union, what are those objectives? And where are we with data, you know, when we talk now, in trying to achieve those objectives? Like number one, our economy is very vast, you know, in Africa, across different trades, industry, agriculture, and human resources. And we have that human capacity, you know, like I mentioned in Africa. But data could be a major hindrance, you know, that may be preventing us from really exploiting the human capacity that we have. So many things that we are not discovering because of lack of data. We have natural resources too. And we have, you know, a lot of opportunities for tourism. But we are not discovering those things. Why? We are not gathering data. Where is our GIS data, geographic information, you know, data? Where do we have it? Do we know where all those natural resources are in terms of quantity? Even if we know, have we explored, you know, the quantity, you know, the deposit of maybe our minerals? Do we know how it's going, you know? Please let me know the number of minutes so I can wrap up. Okay. So, how are we getting, all that? Data is very, very key. We don't have enough data. That is just, the bottom truth. We don't have enough data to analyze, to predict, and accelerate quality decisions, as a region, and bringing it back home, even to our country, Nigeria. And like I said, our parastatals in country, they are not really talking. When you look at the state of things, we have national identity now, which should bring about all the data. But are we there yet? I would say no, because you cannot put in my NIN and then you get all the information about me. You still need to go to bank. Even voting now, election is coming up. What are we doing, to make sure that we harness all the data that we have to have a successful election? So our data is in silo. We have in that economic goals, due to data gaps, obsolete data. We have good agenda. I went through it, very good, well written. But data is a threat, to all those agendas. Then non-independent organization within countries across the region, to actually manage data. You need an independent organization, to be able to have successful, next slide, successful realization of data. When you talk about value, yes, we used to have our data bank. We have the other data, institutions in the country. But are they independent? Can they carry out things on their own without involving government? We need such, so that we have unbiased, results at the end of the day that can really move us on, as a country and as a region. So, what are those things, that we really need to do in order to make sure that we have data governance, that will align with our business objectives or with our economic goals, as a country and as a region? Number one, when you talk about economic, development, you have your strategy, you have your goals, but those goals, you must match it to data strategy. So, as data experts, data experts must sit down with business people, with economic people, and look at what those objectives are. And then the question is, what are those core data sets, that will make us to realize all those objectives? And so with that data strategy, in mind, guardrails, imperatives, must be brought to bear in order to move on to say, okay, I want to really know what data that is out there. We must take data inventory. What do we have today? What are those things, that are missing? And what we have today, how accessible is it? How available, is it? Can I consolidate? Can I integrate it? All those questions, have to be asked, and those areas have to be looked into. And then we need to bring together all the right stakeholders, around those core data sets that we might have discovered that will speak to the success of our, economic goals. So that's what will now cascade into data governance, because you can't do data governance in isolation. That's what this presentation is about. We cannot just do academic work around data. It must, speak back to whatever goals that we are trying to meet, whether within the institution or country or the region. And from there, structure, policies, rules, processes, and technology will come out. I will not have time to go through all this. But once that framework, for data governance that we have to go, follow. Every organization, you have visions and strategy. So what are those things? All these things have been itemized, under there. The organization, the people, that have to be brought together at different levels, You have at managerial level, you have at the middle level, you have at the level where people really get their hands dirty in data. So you have to map out, that hierarchical organization where people can meet from time to time. And when you talk about data governance, it's a program, it's not a project, it's a program. As long as you have a business, you must have data governance, in place. So processes and workflows that will impact, the objectives, data management and measures. You have to be measuring your success rate, in data governance from time to time. Yes, I've set out to meet or to address all these data gaps. How am I doing? You can do that quarterly, annually, depending on what's best, work for you. Then tools and technology. You just don't go out there and start buying applications or putting in place platform. I want to go to Azure, AWS and all that. But what are those technologies, that will really speak to the data gaps, that you want to address? And then culture and communication is key, change management. People's behavior is the most critical aspect, to address, and it's the most difficult area to address when it comes to change management. People, for you to get them to be aware, for you to get them to comply, because the thing about data governance is about control. You must be able to control how people make use of data, for you to be successful in the program. Next one.
1 minute more.
Okay. So, example of framework. Let's move on. Then organizational structure. You have it at different levels, just like I mentioned. Expert level, tactical, operational, and all that. You have it at different levels. Next slide. Then there are major roles, that speak to data governance. You have executive sponsor. Whatever you are going to do, if it doesn't gain attraction at the topmost level in the organization, you are just playing. It will not fly at all. So you need somebody, that will really be passionate about that and will latch on to the program, to drive it for the entire, people on the program. Business data owner is key. Business data steward, technical data steward, you can read more about that. The next one. Okay, so at the end of the day, you must have, depending on the scalability of your environment, you must have data tools and platforms that cover most of these areas that have been listed here. And lastly, okay, you must strike balance with data governance. Within the region, we must strike balance. What are those things that we have to really quickly do that should be on the front burner? And what are those other things that we should be doing now, proactively to be able to meet up, maybe like in 10, 15, 20 years? We must really get onto it and have good plan, good implementation, for us to be able to realize our business objectives as a country, enterprise, or region. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, madam. And you said you're not a professor. So we appreciate the presentation. And what I noticed was that, in the beginning there was a kind of delay, and these were to be graduates from other schools. They would have been destabilized. Like our own product, she was not destabilized at all. She was composed and she was able to speak, eloquently to the topic. You're welcome, ma'am. So we allowed the rapporteur to give us maybe like 5 minutes summary of the 2 papers. I was told that Dr. Gambo is the MC, so he can't be the rapporteur. So I call on Dr. Awoniro Lekon to give us a summary in 5 minutes, please.
Good afternoon. So we had the first session by Mr. Femi Damuro, titled Impact of Digital Currency and Blockchain in Sub-Saharan Africa. He spoke to talk us through the trends, the challenges, and the way forward. So he started by defining digital currency as an electronic means of payments which cannot be controlled by any organization or government. It works on decentralized database called the blockchain. Transactions are unmodifiable, authorized, resistant, and final on the blockchain. So he told us that there are 4 different types. We have the private, the public, the permissionless, and the one with permission. So it then took us down to the current situation in Africa, which is that 2/3 of central banks of the governments in Africa are working on something called CBDC, Central Bank Digital Currencies. So 2/3 of African nations are working on that currently. So in our country, Nigeria, we have the e-Naira, which was introduced the first in Africa. And the whole idea is that it can increase Nigeria's GDP by $29 billion in the next 10 years. Saves the CBN. Now, so the advantages of the fact that it saves CBN the cost of minting money. It shifts attention away from physical cash. It is direct and transparent, and it is an efficient means of conducting transactions. So the challenges include insufficient data, lack of reliable network internet in Africa, and financial literacy. So way forward is that we must follow the actual drivers of cryptocurrency adoption. We must work to understand the techniques in industry and significance. We must create a more inclusive global governance. And he concluded by saying that lack of education is responsible for the neutral stance on cryptocurrency currently in Africa and in Nigeria. We then had the second lecture by Mrs. Bumi Ajayi, titled Data Governance and Business Strategic Alignment. She also took us through trends, challenges, and opportunities in Sub-Saharan Africa. She started by defining data, by asserting that data has become a part of daily living. I mean, if our data should finish, data should have to just buy it immediately, otherwise I will just fall short of information. So this then ushered in the area called business intelligence. So she told us that assets must be at the center of information, knowledge, action, and then drive outcome. So data came from different sources. When we were talking about influx of data, first we have operational data stores, IoT networks, data mats, data warehouse, and databases, and all have either being structured data, semi-structured data, or unstructured data. Data is data is useless until it is worked on. What is the essence of data that we have that we don't work? What is the essence of having petrol without vehicles? So data governance then told us that data governance treats data as an enterprise asset. So when in terms of data governance, it reduces risk It increases opportunities, improves efficiency, it drives collaboration and accountability. In Africa, we have a vast economy in Africa, we have vast population, however, we have inadequate data. We have, apart from the fact that we have inadequate data, we also have siloed data, which is caused by indirect economic goals and obsolete data. Data governance and alignment with business economic goals. She then told us that strategies must have a strategy or a goal in mind when we're going to work with data governance in alignment with our business goals. Then, based on this, we create a data strategy, data inventory, and data governance. She then presented a very elaborate framework for data governance and data tools and platforms. And she told us that we must strike a balance with data governance in alignment with our business goals. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Awoniro. Thank you, Dr. Awoniro. So we go to question and answers now. I have some questions written and I'll pass them to Mr. Femi. Like 4 or 5 questions. I will hand over the mic to him to answer. But I've not gotten any question for Dr. Mrs. Bumi Ajayi. Do you have questions? Let me see your hands up if you have any questions. Okay, CSO, who is 1, 2, 3, who is? So I have 3 people. As I'm giving number 1, 2, 3, and that's all. So we allow them to ask questions after this one.
Okay, I'm back again. The question Moshood Mahmoud from Department of Kinesiology. To what extent is the CBN ban on cryptocurrency affecting the financial sector? I think in the presentation I also mentioned that there were other central banks in Africa that were worried about 1, compliance, 2, legal framework of the use of the crypto, which of course led to those were major concerns why they banned the use of the crypto. In some countries they allow them for mere payment of goods. They weren't allowing for the extensive utilizations of the crypto. And they say, how is it affecting financial sectors? I remember when the government banned Twitter, what were people doing? They went straight to the use of VPN and other intelligent ways to bypass those bans, especially for those that are very, very into the crypto business. And I think that was, I said, what was the private sector doing to reverse the CBN ban? I just laugh in Spanish because, no, not about the question, about the answer I was going to give, because when your boss says sit down, you say you want to stand up. That means you have found another job. So the commercial banks are purely, regulated by the central bank. So when they say ban and they ask you close those accounts, you can't wait 1 hour more. You can't wait 1 hour more. They close those accounts, they shut them down immediately. The memos and circulars came out, because if any transaction should go on after that memo had gone out, then the banks will be liable for whatever penalties. But having said that, I even think that the bank would be glad to, in Nigeria, the Nigerian concept, because I don't think a lot of the banks have imbibed, because in some other climes, you see that the banks are already imbibing the cryptocurrencies into their business. But for those that haven't, it's going to be like loss of business for them, because less people are going to want to do their transaction with crypto and other avenues. The other reason, however, I think the reaction CBN gave was very apt by introducing the e-naira as an alternative to the crypto. I think that answers that question. And when Professor asked the question, this person is like a professor. So how do I gain confidence in, he didn't put his name, accepting the e-Naira system amid security concerns? And I think I said it in my presentation that the basic backbone for the blockchain is the security, the crypto. In fact, let me say what the cryptography was, how it was explained, is a discipline dedicated to protecting messages. So it is high-level security, confidentiality, authenticity, and integrity of the data that is being transmitted. So security concerns, I want to say, and again, I mentioned the security features of the blockchain as well. So that probably would have answered that question, or that answers is not probably. How secure is the blockchain technology, especially in the African context? I think I explained it, and I want to quickly say an example where a company in Kenya was trying to ship its goods to its clients in Europe, and they found out that it took the processes took, I'm sure, from their office to customs to their bank, just like we have in Nigeria, to export, export promotion council, everybody involved. Took involvement of over 100 people in the conventional ways of dealing with them. But with the advent of the crypto, they were able to bypass all these cumbersome processes and procedures of transacting business. How can we communicate these same ideas of block technology and interact with those in the rural areas? The tools to even do them in the rural areas, like I said, has not been available. When I mentioned the challenges in the Sahara Africa, how strong and available is the internet service? There was the percentage given for people, the number of people that use mobile phones, smartphones in Nigeria. If those tools, those basic tools are not available and affordable, then the rural communities will still remain in the backline of this technology. But of course, there's hope because, like I said, the increase in the drive and the utilization of those cryptos is significantly high in the African continent. It's really good or bad. If this other question, or Yato Babatunde said, is cryptocurrency good or bad? It's not acceptable in Nigeria. Why? There are some things that, I was speaking with my daughter recently. When we're talking about the COVID vaccine and all that, not a lot of people are convinced about taking the vaccine. Then because we just come to realization of how the global world has turned to be, and you just have to move with the trend of time. Health reasons are there. The same for crypto. Whether we like it or not, is the reality that it's going to take over. I'm sure in the next 1 or 2 years, it's going to take over the basis of our daily businesses. It's not whether it's good or bad. And I hope my analogy about the vaccine is up. I don't want people to think I'm against the vaccine because I've taken mine already. We have Bitcoin, Ethereum, Dash, and type of payment. Which one do you recommend? I'd like to meet this guy. I think he would like one of them. I'm not sure he wants to practice IT. He wants to go into finance. So yeah, I mean, it's not my job to recommend which one is good. But I think Bitcoin is the most popular with a transaction asset base of over 15 billion euros. It's the biggest. The nearest to it was Ethereum with barely 5 billion, or I'm mixing up the figure, or something like that. So it's obvious that they have the largest. But again, transaction time is longer with Bitcoin, I'm sure maybe security concerns and the need to be sure about the safety of the transactions. I said I hear about 15 minutes to do that for Ethereum, and some others are coming up with 1 minute, 2 minutes. So again, your considerations for which to use may be based on whether you want to go for the big name that is lower, or and maybe other. But in terms of safety, they're all safe and secure. How can Nigerians contribute to the hardware network software infrastructure for e-naira and not just a consumer? I'm not sure I really understand it. The e-naira, how can Nigerians contribute to the hardware?
He's talking about local content.
Local content in
terms of hardware and software.
Oh.
What value can we add as
because this one,
IT companies in Nigeria?
yeah, okay. I think the e-naira is, like I said, the central bank CBDC currency. So maybe, if I don't know, maybe we need to come together to develop a competing. Yeah. That's what I just think, because we'll just create a competing platform to either improve on what is being done, and marketing, we can do it better than CBN. Why not? Speaking with Professor, me, I'm sweating.
So can I just make one contribution?
Thank you, sir.
That, sir.
Prof, well done, long time.
How are you?
Good to see you.
In fact, purposely I want to see you today.
I hope you don't have all my old results. I want you to see me.
Is it the 405 or the 517?
Is it the 405 or the 517? I'm happy that I get it.
Thank you, sir.
Professor Ruan mentioned that to be here today.
Yes.
Okay, no problem. Let me give my DBC support and also to see our alumni.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
My comment with respect to this, I remember when the issue of the e-naira is about to be commissioned by the CBN.
Yes.
The professional bodies in Nigeria they went against it.
Yes.
Reason being that the company that is handling that is not a Nigerian company. And that is one of the major problems in this country. We are talking about local content. We are talking about local content, but we are using company abroad to solve our local problem. So, and that is why that question is being asked, because our IT company in Nigeria, both soft and hard, they are facing a lot of challenges in terms of developing products, and the government is not patronage. Yes, no patronage by the government of the day. I'm happy the special assistant to the Honorable Minister of Communication is here, and I'm sure it's going to maybe give us more information with respect to that. But that's the question that gentleman is trying to ask. What is going to be our own contribution? We have a lot of brain in Nigeria that can develop a lot of software applications, also hardware. So where are we? Why are we allowing international companies to take over what we can also do in this country? So, and that's going to solve a lot of problems in terms of wealth creation, employment creation, capacity building, and so on and so forth. So I want to thank you for...
Thank you, Prof. I don't think I need to add much things. That's why we need to change our mindsets as a people. And I think we need to allow the special advisor to say something to this. If you go to, in the days of Peugeot from France, right? No French company will drive any other car from Peugeot. Not just in Nigeria. They will patronize Indian companies. The moment they find out that this product is produced by an Indian company, they will all go for it. I just can't give examples of my, and that is how, and why are we seeing the influx of China, not just in Nigeria, Africa and everywhere? It's looking like the country cannot absorb that population anymore. So they need to push them out to go and add value in other places and create wealth and repatriate back to their country. It's just simple arithmetic. So we have, I think there was an announcement that innocent cars are going to be, government officials are going to be compelled, or government is going to order about 1,000 units of some innocent made Nigerian cars. So those are probably the things we need to do And that also drives home. Oil and gas, we have the local content bill that took almost several years before it was finally passed. And I think it's a good way to go. We might just need to drive that with the IT and ICT related issue. They point my attention, I think that's fine on that question, to one question, because I noticed that the professor, so maybe I was trying to avoid it. So he said, from your research and findings, what gray areas currently exist as research gap for the limitation for potential research consideration? Let me read that again. What gray areas currently exist as research gaps? I think part of what we're also saying, my professor had said the import of the local content in developing all these IT and ICT related technologies is capacity building.
2 minutes to round up. All the questions.
They are giving me more questions.
I think those that have questions are already sent in the questions. CSO had sent in his own. Or you want to speak?
Yes.
Okay, who else wants to speak?
I just want to
Jesus. Because of time, we have to end it by 12:30, by 1. Are you giving us 30 minutes more?
It was at 12:30.
Okay, but you didn't start on time.
We didn't start on time.
Mm-hmm.
So I just feel that we can spare the time. Yes.
You're already calling me doctor. Oh, yeah, oh my God, this
Are you through?
No, I just wanted to say the last question that is just part of what we're saying about capacity building. How do you improve on research? A lot of Asian countries, Japan, China, went to the West to learn technologies, and they came back home and started developing such things. In some cases, they will actually employ experts from those countries to do them, but they make sure that they are done in their local climate. So that explains it, is that what are the challenges or limitations? We need to have hands-on experience, build capacity, let Nigerians be involved in all this strategic development that we're talking about. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
So, Madam, over to you. But before, where you are going there, okay, come out. Give him the mic and ask a question.
Good afternoon, everyone. I actually have 2 questions. Okay, first off, of what purpose is the in-era when it literally has no use case other than what I can actually do with my mobile bank? Like, why would I want to use in-era when I can do literally everything you can do with my mobile bank? It's unreasonable to me. Okay, and the second question is, actually, logically speaking, the utilization of in-era would actually reduce revenue for the banking sector. So why did CBN actually make such an approach? Why did they do that? Because it's also still unreasonable.
Okay. Those questions will be kept and will be responded to later on. Let me look at the ones on data governance with business alignment. So I will take the first one. The first one says, what recommendations with regards to skills and training do you have for students interested in data analytics? And that's a very good question, considering that we have a number of students here. So it all starts, with, I would say, database management. That you must, get well-grounded, whether in relational database management or on relational one. These days, because we are now having a lot of unstructured data, so we are having no SQL data. Database rather, like Cosmos DB. and the likes. So be well grounded in that. And then depending on the environment where you are at, if there's something like Microsoft 365 Enterprise, that gives you access to Power Platform. With Power Platform, you can do Power Apps, you can do Power BI, you can do Power Automate. All those things, brought together will set you well for data analytics. And then in terms of, deep analysis, you can do something like Python programming, you can do how programming, that's going into data science now. And then you can also look at, let me see now. So you can also look at, then in terms of not just looking at those tools, what I presented today has to do a lot with application. And as a student, I know that when I was graduating, my professor, fortunately, he's a Professor Adagodo that supervised my project then. I did something on inventory management system. I just didn't do it out of the blues. I actually went to the store, of the university, went to look at how they operate. So whatever you are doing, you must look at, the actual operations, and that's what will actually guide you, and that's what will drive you, as in, what do I need to pursue, to be able to achieve this. Maybe we have some people now that will be going into, their final year projects. Rather than just doing anything, you have to look at it. What is it that is practical, that I can do? I tell you, that one that I did, is still working for me today. And it set me well ahead of others, when I even, came out of school. So that's why we are stressing so much now about data. Even if you are into engineering, if you are into infrastructure, you are not doing all those things out of the blues. You must see what you are doing, in consonance with the objectives, that have to be met. So that's the bit that we say about the preparation for now. If you go on the net, and students of these days are very fortunate. When we were undergraduates, there was no Google, there was no internet. You have to go to the library and dig and dig before you can get something out. So you are very fortunate. When you dig more, on the internet, you get more guidance on that. Then there is this other question. The second speaker said that we need an independent data manager or organization in Nigeria. My question is, how independent is our NIMC, the National Identity Management Commission? So NIMC has been chartered, to regulate how we manage, most especially personal data. And like I mentioned earlier on, the commission is still emerging. We'll get there. It's getting more and more matured in all these things. And it's been given, that mandate, just like we have central bank that will regulate all our, commercial banks today. So we have NIMC that's supposed to regulate how personal data is being generated and how it's being authenticated. So if I go to the bank now, I give them my NIN number. It must jive with what they have. If it doesn't jive, that bank should be in trouble. There must be consequence, for having data that is not jiving with what we have established as our national, kind of regulatory body, kind of data that will guide everybody. That's where we are going to, and we are getting there. But at this point, there are still, because over time, so many things have been inside us. So we are trying to now bring everything together. So yes, NIMC is getting there, and it's been commissioned, to regulate how we collect and manage personal data in the country. Then this last question, you said data sourcing is very expensive. Does that mean data from the internet is not reliable. If not, how reliable is sourcing data from the internet? So I'm sure I'm in the midst of researchers and in the midst of professors, and they can tell you for sure that it's not all the data on the internet that is reliable. That there are some things that you have to look out for, for you to be able to establish that this data is authentic and I can really go with it. You must dig and do your own work to make sure that you get reliable data. There are some researchers, you might need to subscribe to some sites where they've actually done quality research work that can give you reliable data. So when I'm saying that data is expensive, there are different kinds of data. Like for instance, if I want to take the geographical information of this campus now, I need to bring in some technology. I have to do some things, and not only that, I have to get experts, to do that. Some set of experts again, that will interpret the data for me, because just storing data and not understanding it, doesn't bring value. So expertise, collection, it might be even inside ocean that you might need to collect data. So depending on the terrain, it's a lot of work, it's a lot of money, to collect data. Just take for instance, even population now. We are just taking it for granted that we can easily do our census, population. It's not easy. Some people, I remember when I served, and we had to go and, supervise election in some remote villages. We could not stay back. It was tractor that even took us there. There was no road. Tractor had to make road for us to pass. And we couldn't even stay behind to say, let them finish before we leave again. So you can imagine people staying in remote areas. How do you want to do it? So we really need to sit down and, map this thing out, how it will be done and done properly. So it's a lot of money. And I'm sure maybe that's why Nigeria up till now has not said that, okay, let's do another census. But it's long overdue. Just have to do it to be able to make progress in some major areas. Thank you. I think
Thank you very much, Ma. And the question for Professor Hadagodu, though almost all the presenters, just kept on mentioning his name. Our professor. Please let's give him another round of applause. So you can speak to us why the alumni are so dear to them that they're just mentioning his name.
Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you very much, Ma. My Professor Aderomu has welcomed our Deputy Vice Chancellor earlier on. So I said the protocol is established. Is established. The question that has been passed to me says, are we going to begin to have crypto or blockchain courses in our school anytime from now? Yes, I'm sure that must interest every one of us. I want to say that yes, it is required that every institution, every department must review their curricula regularly within 5 years and so on. But even within that, we want to say that every department right now must have courses that can accommodate these new developments. Of course, in most of our departments, you have courses like special topics, trends in computing, in information technology, and so on and so forth. And I am very sure that in your various departments, you are already talking about big data analytics, cloud computing. So blockchain and crypto must be captured They must be captured by now in your various departments. And in any case, if they are not, after this conference, by the time you get back to your institutions or to your departments, tell your lecturers that you want these courses to be captured, and I can assure you that that will be done. There was another question to Mr. Shadamoro on in his research area, from his research, what does he consider to be the gap now? That's also a very good question. And I want to say that that question can also be passed even to the person who asked the question to answer it. Because we are all here to expose the gaps. Okay? To expose the gaps, and then as you go back to begin to look at them. Mrs. Mumi Ajayi talked about data gaps. You can begin to match data gaps also in cryptocurrency, in blockchain together, and begin to talk about them. And he also talked about some managerial gaps. And there are other presentations later on in the afternoon and tomorrow that we also talk about other gaps that you can all blend together in this new technology, crypto or blockchain technology that we are talking about. So that is the essence of coming to attend this conference, so that you bring all of them together, package all of them, and see how do you identify. We also talked about local content. That's also a gap. What value can you add? That's a gap, and so on and so forth. I can assure you that by the end of this conference, you will have identified potential research areas or gaps that you can work on if you are interested in one. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So the question says, is Nigerian government doing anything about integrating data that are scattered across different agencies and organizations? I would say yes. We are starting it because it all starts with master data. When you talk about master data management, those are the key data sets like NIMC that was mentioned earlier on. NIMC has been charged with managing personal data, that is personal identity. It all starts from there. So anything that has to do with a person, in the country now, NIMC has that master data. Because remember, they've collected our data, your date of birth, your address, your local government, everything, basic information about you. They have it. They have that authenticity now. So whatever other data that is related, to personal data now can come under that. So, and that's where it starts from. Like for instance now, when we do that census now, by the time they start bringing in data, they must be able to match it back to the NIN that they've taken. So if it falls short, that's a data gap that they have to address. So that's how you use master data, to address whatever gaps that you may have in some other related, data sets as well. So we are on that, journey now, and it's a journey. Gradually, we'll get there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma. She said that gradually we'll get there. I want to say I've gotten to the point of saying that I've delivered the assignment given to me by the organizers, and I say a very big thank you to the organizers for inviting me. Thank you, and God bless.
I'll just quickly respond to him because I wouldn't like for him to go back with the misconception that the question raised. Why in error? I'll just summarize the question. I paraphrased it, and I also enumerated the benefits: financial inclusion, elimination of risk of carrying cash, reduction of costs and all that. Then the second question, I'll let you speak if you are not satisfied. The second one that he asked was why would the banks, if the commercial banks are losing revenue, correct? That why would, so let me rephrase the part that I was trying to say, that if the commercial banks do not embrace crypto and blockchain technology, they would lose revenue. Does that answer it? And I said in other climes, you find out that people are already providing rural area lending. Because the concept, the main advantage of this is to get to the unbanked. The unbanked, the people in the rural areas, the use of internet, you can bank. I'm sure you've heard about online banks in Nigeria and overseas. For instance, in the US, Capital Bank, they used to be just credit cards. Now they have online banking, not physical bank. Just open an account on the internet anywhere. Even in Nigeria, I don't want to give free advance. And a few of them are here. So they are providing competition to the typical ways of doing banking, traditional banking methods. And it's obvious to everybody that this concept is like a moving train. There are three options. Either you join the train, you drop by, or the train will crush you. It's no other option. We must join it. It's just what it is. And I would like to also say that, another thing I noted was that in the blockchain project in Africa, not surprisingly, the leading projects are finance and insurance. Leading. The next one, which is agri and food, is about 50% behind it. So the financial sector is the main driver of this concept in Africa, at least, which is where we are concentrating on. And I'm trying to remember something else I noted there, community banking, lending solutions and all that. So they just have to change from and embrace the community bank. Because that's okay.
I think maybe you can.
You can see him. You can see him after the video.
Yeah. Okay, I think you can see the speaker immediately after now. Please, we'd like to say thank you to everyone that has been so, patient since we started this first plenary session. And on behalf of the chairman, we'd like to say thank you all. But please, before we go, there is something very important that we are supposed to have said earlier before now, and it is about AICTTRA as a whole. AICTTRA is a vision that was actually conceived by some individuals, okay? It was conceived some years back, and it is very good for us to give honor to whom honor is due. It is my pleasure on behalf of the LOC chair to actually acknowledge the visionaries behind AICTTRA, who they are, that are actually here. I'm trying to talk about the person of Professor E.R. Adagondo is one of them, and as well the immediate past dean, and as well the past president of the Nigerian Computer Society, the person of Professor G.A. Aderumu. You are welcome. These two big men are actually the visions behind AICTTRA, and then we are having the 14th edition of it today. We want to thank you for conceiving that, and we hope that we are going to go far and farther and farther. Well, please, let's take note of these few announcements. Immediately after this session, we are going to be having 15 minutes break, just 15 minutes, 15 minutes break immediately after this session, and we expect every one of us to actually, return back for the second plenary session, okay? What we'll do now is registered participants are to go to the cafeteria for some snacks, and then for the students that are here, please, you are to wait behind here in the hall, and you'll be massively attended to. Massively attended to. So, very sure. We give you our word. Please take note of this. We don't say what doesn't come to pass. We say exactly what will happen. So please, all the students would like us to wait behind here so that you can have your snacks. Okay. In the absence of nothing, I think I would like to hand over the microphone to the chairperson who will, to the LOC chairman to close this session. Yes, sir.
I think we're done. Just thank you for the patience. We will be back in 15 minutes. Thank you very much. And so then just hang on, we'll take care of it. So, but I want to thank the DVC personally and on behalf of the committee for taking time out of our very busy schedule to be here. We thank you very much, man. We appreciate you.
I forgot how to be the kind of person that you asked me to be. I forgot how to see love in everything. I forgot totally. My brother say he love me, I love him too. My mom told me only I could love him. But my neighbor don't like me, I hate him too. And mom told me stupid, I call him fool. Cause I forgot how to love the way you asked me to. Remind me how to I forgot how to give those who are in me, so selfish of me. Even when it got too hard for me to care, I forgot how to try. My baby says she hungry, I give her food. I tell her I will do anything for you. But a stranger say, please, I no get you. I look up like this, say, who are you? Cause I forgot how to love the way you asked me to. Remind me how to love, 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 love. possible. Talk to your friends, oh, me, baby, oh, me, oh. Should be one to song for me. You don't say it like me. I be alone, pardon. You know I give it to you, she know they say me, I give you green light, fire. I'm a killer, I go shoot my shot to you. So you're a baby, that's my number. You can call me later. I want to be your lover. Oh baby, call me later. Oh baby, no big cry. Then person love you, baby. Yes, I love you, baby. Oh baby, you better go mine. Just call me, baby, mine. You're a baby, just my number. Maybe you can call me later. I want to be your lover. Oh baby, call me later. Baby, you should let go. I didn't wait for you to say you won't. Me, I want to be your lover. Oh baby, call me
Please, all students that are seated, come out.
You dey walk, oh, you dey pray, you dey push, oh, every day. You dey try, oh, no be play, but your heart so never play. And you think say God is looking for your side, and you want to find another way to prosper. You think say God is not just let your time. Now beauty by way, you really don't do a shame. I want to go look for the
like that. What they are looking for money. Now you start giving. No, this but then they will. Not just by saying
Waiting in love if you know them. If you know them. It's really not the same. Oh no, I never thought that I could love anybody the way that I love you so completely. Oh my baby, you are the phony liar. You give me joy, and nobody knows me more. Nobody knows me more than you, oh baby. What's telling me wrong? No one can please me more. No one can please me more than you. If I don't get you, it's like the sun without the light. It's like the moon without the night. 'Cause I need you in my life. If I don't get you, it's like faith without belief. Like a heart without a beat. What's a heart without a beat? Waiting be love if you know sure. If you know sure. Like water when they flow. Oh, never knew. Still one day know you. We're going mine forever. I want you so completely. Oh my baby, oh, you are the party lady, oh, you make me smile. Nobody loves you more. Nobody loves you more than me, my baby, my baby. 'Cause they love me wrong. No one, and no one can please you more. No one can please you more than me. If I don't get you, it's like the sun without the light. It's like the moon without the night. 'Cause I need you in my life. If I don't get you, it's like faith without belief. Like a heart without a beat. What's a heart without a beat? If I don't get you, it's like the sky without the stars. Oh, oh, if I don't get you, it's not love, it's war apart. If I don't get you, what's it I gonna do? I need you in my life. If I don't get you, it's like a heart without a beat. Without you, I know the beat. 'Cause what's a heart without a beat? The word around town is that you're back in town, and I try not to think about it. I try, but it's been so long, and I thought I moved on, but now I really doubt it. I do. I wonder why we won't come. It's almost like you're having fun with me. But oh, if I set my eyes on you, it's unavoidable outcome. Oh, I thought you were gone for good. So why you have to pull me back? Should be you say you won't be coming back. Oh, damn you, this is really bad. Should be you say you're gone for good. Waiting you do wrong, 'cause you knew all along I would be okay without you. You know only I try to move on, try your heart to strong. Can't be with you, I can't be without you. eating me, say I wonder why we even almost. It's always like you're having fun with me. But so if I sit back, it's unavoidable that oh my God, oh Lord, you got for good. So why you have to go back? Just be you say you won't be coming back. Tell you this is really bad. Just be you say you got for good. Tell me why you have to pull me back. Just be you say you won't be coming back. Tell you this is really bad. Just be you say you got for good. Tell me why you come back. You want me like how can I love you? Tell me why you want me like one, oh baby, oh. You define me, oh. You want me like one, oh baby. Show me like you, tell me say one more good love. Show me like you, tell me goodbye baby, yeah. Tell me say one more good, yeah. My baby, oh, tell me say one more good love. Show me like you, tell me goodbye baby. Goodbye, baby. Goodbye, baby. Why'd you have to bring me back here? So long, baby. That's what you told me. So did you really have to come back, baby? I'm just an ordinary girl sitting in a hole. I'm unemployable, but I'm a little bored. But I'm the life of the party, 'cause I'm kind of funny. Money don't drive me, I drive my money. Yeah. And I'm so TV, me I no go force you to like what you see. Yeah. Because I come in peace, and I'm at peace, and that's what I need. Yeah. Everything's not for everyone, and that is okay. You gotta take me as I am. I'll be better, but I'll never be somebody else. Wherever you go, be yourself. You can never be somebody else. Whatever you do, better be true. No matter the pressure, be yourself. I got a little too much, so got it from my mama. Can't function like this. My baby tell me I get the drama. Do the best I can, 'cause I believe in mama. Oh, no, no, no. Mama don't pay me, no, I beg my mama. You see my story TV, me I no go force you to like what you see, yeah. Because I come in peace, oh, and I'm at peace, and that's all I need, yeah. See, everything's not for everyone, that is okay. Just take me as I am, I'll do better, but I'll never be somebody else. Wherever you go, be yourself. You can never be somebody else. Whatever you do, better be true. My guy make you live your life, so that you will love you, go love you die. But you can never nothing for society, wherever you go, just be yourself. You can never be somebody else. Whatever you do, you better be true. No matter the pressure, be yourself. I like to fool around with you, cruising down with you. I like to go where you are, yeah. Like to paparazzi you. I feel something changing now. Am I mistaken now? I'm holding back. Feel something heavy now. My heart misbehaving now. Yeah, Padillo, my destiny. Catching feelings, so you know you're true to me. Supposed to be close to me, but not that close to me. Looking at me, won't find me. Looking at me, won't find me. Making me feel won't find me. Tell me why, you're supposed to be my guy. You're supposed to be my guy. You're making me feel won't find me. Tell me why, tell me why. Tell me why. I like to go party with you Saturday night, so got you with you. I like it when you call me, just to check up on me. Something is changing now, I might be mistaken now. I'm holding back, defenses are breaking down. My heart misbehaving now. I'm alright, you're just me, catching feelings till you don't get trust to me. Supposed to be close to me, but not that close to me. Looking at me, won't find me. Looking at me, won't find me. It's making me feel won't find me. Tell me why, supposed to be my guy. Supposed to be my guy. You're making me feel won't find me. Tell me why, tell me why. Tell me why, you know if you catch my eyes, I'm ready to hypnotize. You got me saying, so for me, baby. Oh, this is crazy. My dream, my destiny. But something is changing. Why am I holding back? No, I'm not faking now. My heart is behaving now. You ask me one time. Looking at me one time. It's making me feel one time. Tell me why, supposed to be my guy. Supposed to be my guy. You're making me feel one time. Tell me why, tell me why. Tell me why, yeah. Don't be la 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 la. Oh, no, no, no. Baby, I was wrong, but definitely I was crazy. I know me to say go Baby, you were wrong, but I must have been out of my mind to tell you to go away. Oh, don't leave me, no. 'Cause I don't want make you go. It's a killer day if you don't want make I go.
We are going to start the second session very soon. Please, let's be patient. We'd like to go and mobilize those guys that are outside so that they can come and then we can start. But in the meantime, just, enjoy yourself, and then if there is anything you need, please let us know. Okay, thank you very much. I think the technical team, they are doing a very wonderful work, keeping us relaxed. All right, not to waste too much of our time, we have everything set, and all that we need is actually available for this second session. While we wait for others to come, I think we are going to go ahead into the second plenary
Recording
session.
in progress.
Okay, recording in progress. Nice. Okay. You are welcome back from the short break, even though we said 15 minutes and it's past 15 minutes now and we still have some people that are coming. Quickly, we'd like to welcome the lead speakers. But before we do that, we'd like to welcome on stage the chairman for this session, who is here physically with us. And please join me to welcome Professor A.R. Adagondo as the chairman of this second plenary session. Please, let's put our hands as it comes to the high table. All right, I guess you can still be clapping if you don't mind. Okay, and then for the list speakers, we have the first one here to be Dr. Femi Adeluyi. Dr. Femi Adeluyi is the Technical Assistant Information Technology to the Honorable Minister of Communication and Digital Economy. So we are actually having a very good representation this session. If you want to clap, please, you can do that better if you don't mind. And then Dr. Femi will be speaking on ICT and e-governance policy in Nigeria. And then he's actually looking at the implementation, achievement, challenges, and the way forward. The second lead speaker we are going to invite up stage is Mrs. Martha Alade. Mrs. Martha Alade is the founder of Women in Technology in Nigeria. Let's clap for her. It is not easy to actually take such an initiative. You are welcome, ma'am. And then she will be speaking on interrogating the Nigerian ICT policy and the empowerment of women and youth. And then she will be looking at the matters arising thereof. And then the third speaker we are having, because we are having them complete in this session, is Dr. Dayo Shobowale. I guess he's here with us. Let's put our hands as, okay, he's on his way coming. All right. Okay. When he comes, I believe that the chairman is going to do justice to his presence. Before we hand over the microphone to the chairman of this session, we'd like to invite Engineer Tope Ajayi, who will be giving us the citation of our lead speakers. Engineer Tope Ajayi, come on stage. Let's put our hands for him.
Good afternoon. I hope you enjoy the short break. I have a small job to do here with the citation of our lead speakers for this session. I will start with Dr. Femi Adeluyi. Dr. Femi Adeluyi is the Technical Assistant Information Technology to the Honorable Minister of Communication and Digital Economy. He has played a lead role in the development and implementation of over a dozen policies to support the growth of Nigerian digital economy, including the National Digital Economy Policy and Strategy 2020 to 2030. He obtained a PhD in computer engineering from Chon University, Republic of Korea. How will you clap? It's not easy. And his research interests include digital economy for development, personalized health monitoring, and bio-inspired computing. He has served as the team lead of the Innovation and Research Team in the Corporate Planning and Strategy Department of Nigeria National Information Development Agency, NIDA, Abuja, Nigeria. He has also been a visiting scientist at the Multidisciplinary Laboratory, International Center for Theoretical Physics, TRESI in Italy, with sponsorship from UNESCO and the Italian government. Dr. Adeluyi is a member of the IEEE Technical Working Group on Standard for Clinical Internet of Things, Data and Device Interoperability with TIPPSS, meaning Trust, Identity, Privacy, Protection, Safety, and Security, and United Terminology for Brain Computing Interface. He was a junior associate editor of IEEE Journal of Translational Engineering in Earth and Medicine. He also supports the National Open University African Center for Excellence on Technology Enhanced Learning, AICTTRA, as a content provider and a course facilitator. He has authored about 30 research articles and patents. Ladies and gentlemen,
the country that has almost 50-50. States like Lagos, Delta, the parity is closing gradually, but there are also some, by the way, this is just a Facebook ad source that gives the ratio of women who are active on Facebook to men in any state in Nigeria. This data was extracted 2 days ago, so it's very, very current. So we can see that a state like Jigawa has just about 12.5% women. Yobe has just 17% women. Zamfara has 19%, Kebbi 19%. So what that means is, if we want to assume that the use of social media is directly proportional to ICT usage and empowerment, that means for every 5 people in Jigawa, only 1 woman is active on ICT, and this is not good at all. That means we are losing economic power, we are losing potentials, we are losing brain power, people who could contribute meaningfully to the digital ecosystem. We all know the powers of ICT, every sector, every single sector. Look at my colleague here. I'm surprised, I'm hearing it for the first time, that after studying computer engineering with us, he went again to get a degree in law. And now he's talking about engineering law. So you can see that there's correlation even between the arts and ICT. And that's why you see this drive about STEM. We are saying moving from STEM to STEM, because now you can't really separate arts from STEM. So we are not talking about STEM, science, technology, engineering, arts, and maths. Yes, that's what we are pushing now. So gradually we are moving. And it's the truth. Arts is now blended, so there's no dividing line. So ICT is important for everyone, and that is why this issue of gender digital divide or digital gender divide must be taken seriously. Not just by, we shouldn't leave it for the government to look, because the government is making serious efforts to really bridge this gap. So if we all put our hands together, we can go a long way. So the national ICT policy objectives, there are about 15 of them, from policy convergence, which is bringing all those old policies. We saw some policies 2000, 2001, bringing them together, to policy unification, to legal framework, to universal access. Why are we saying this? You may say, okay, this is 2012 to 2020. We need to really interrogate and look at it to see how far this policy has achieved what it said it will achieve 2012. So these are some of the objectives of the policy. So some of the efforts government has made. Dr. Femi talked about youths. I'm so impressed to see what the government is doing in terms of bringing about 5 million youths, right? 5 million youths. Yeah, you know, the partnerships to bring in more youth. And I know during the lockdown, there were lots of initiatives. I think the government partnered with IBM, so I'm not too sure with other multinationals to get youths really engaged during the lockdown. And these are some of the efforts. We have the Digital Girls Club by the ministry, and the idea of the Digital Girls Club is to get girls in secondary schools to key into tech. The club is spread across the country with club managers, teachers that are running the clubs. I know that the government also runs the ICT Girls Empowerment Competition annually. I'm surprised when they call for such projects, you don't get a lot of responses from people, and they see the adverts in the newspapers. So it's something that is open to everyone, and I think every girl should take advantage of these opportunities. The government also have the Women Connect program, which is an initiative to reach out to women in the grassroots. And also I'm aware of the NCC Consumer Awareness programs for women to ensure that women, especially those in rural areas, know about their consumer rights in using telecom services, their mobile phones. And I must tell you, when it comes to regulation, I give it to the government, especially the telecoms. It's because of that solid legal framework that we are, recording so much growth in the telecom sector and the ICT ecosystem as a whole. Now, then some civil society initiative too. I talked about Witten here, which is a leading community of women in tech dedicated to advancing women and girls in tech. So the site is there. Now, why are we looking at it under a gender lens? This ICT policy, if you look at it quickly, the national ICT policy, there is no clear focal area for gender, although there is a mention of ICT and youth. However, every single focal area here we can juxtapose gender issues across each of these areas. And you see there are about 23. One is missing from the document that I could lay my hands on. So I will just look at the first one, which to me is really, really important. That is the policy, legal, and regulatory framework. As wonderful and as efficient as the government has been in the legal framework, there are still a few issues, concerns that bothered us and raised a lot of eyebrows for the past couple of years. The core objective of the legal and regulatory framework then was development of appropriate policies as well as legal and regulatory framework that fosters an enabling environment. And the issues that there, you can see the issues there, so let me just move on. Some of the issues that gave a lot of people concern. For example, Dr. Femi, during the NIN, you said that the notice has been there, and you are right, the notice has been there, and Nigerians now last minute. And because of that last minute rush, there was suspension, I think there was suspension of SIM card registration briefly, and that suspension, caused a lot of issues. Those were some of the challenges faced, the initial challenges faced with the NIM, and a lot of women were affected. Women who own informal businesses especially lost some of their businesses. So I think it's a lesson for us to always move in time with policies and not wait for last minute. And then BVN. BVN is another interesting policy. These are complementary policies and yes, complementary policies that also either directly or indirectly influence the national ICT policy. The BVN for women in rural areas is another issue. A lot of them are not able to really enjoy the benefits of this financial digital explosion. So that's another issue. Then the Twitter ban, we are all still crying because even though some Nigerians are able to use VPN to access Twitter, but that is really not a sustainable solution. Yeah, you might be tech savvy. A lot of Nigerians earn their entire living on Twitter. So when you, as the provider, you are able to access it with VPN, what about the other people? About 40 million Nigerians on Twitter. So maybe 2 million are using VPN. What about the others? Me, I've almost forgotten about Twitter personally, because I want to stick to that's my own view. So there are a lot of people like us, because I've never been really that that Twitter savvy. So some people like us, well, that means if you are selling via Twitter, we can't even buy from you. So it's a serious issue, and I do hope that the government will rectify that as soon as possible. Then social media and then for our youth, the SARS profiling, that is a very, very serious issue. Dr. Femi sir, a lot of policies are coming in place. You are talking about the startup. I do hope that the SARS operatives and all security agencies will be carried along so that they know that not everybody that carries laptop is doing Yahoo Yahoo. They are clean businesses, and of course, yes, they are clean businesses online. So they need to know and understand that that is the next level. That is the next level. Imagine, each time I think about it, you see people, somebody just makes a 2-minute video laughing, and he has gotten 2 million views, and some dollars have entered his account. I mean, so it's a huge opportunity window for Nigerian youth. About 70% of Nigerian youth, they shouldn't be discouraged in any way at all. They shouldn't be discouraged at all. Instead, let those security operatives join the ministry, because the ministry is doing some wonderful work, and some other external factors like pulling their hands. So we all need to work together to move this digital economy forward and ensure that everybody is actively and efficiently participating. So that brings me to the NDEPS. Dr. Femi has spoken so well about it. I don't have anything else to say, but one thing I do know, and that really gladdens my heart, is that the NDEPS has reduced the pillars. You know, that first one, we were almost 20, and it was too comprehensive. But now we have about 8 pillars that are straight to the point. And if you look at it, the second thing there is digital literacy and skills. Okay, you are following. Thank you, because I'm just going. Digital literacy and skills. When I saw that number 2, I was very, very happy. After the developmental regulation, because I have been thinking that why is it that globally women are behind? We've been talking about the issues, stereotypes, societal impediments, cultural barriers. What else again? Affordability, access. But actually, I don't think they should be strong enough to hold a woman who is determined or who is aware of the benefits. So that area of digital literacy and advocacy is really, really, really important. And I think that it's a positive step forward for the ministry to have really mainstreamed it, putting it at number 2. Tells you that it's serious in the heart of the ministry and also in the Honorable Minister. And I want to also use this medium to encourage everyone, please, if there's a girl around you, a woman around you, encourage them, because there are lots of benefits in this digital economy. We see that even the comedians that are making money, these online short videos, they are more of men. They are more of men. And you see the men acting like women. How many of you have noticed it? It appears that it's when they act like women that they make more money, you know. And imagine, you will laugh. There is hardly a day I don't watch one comedy. There's hardly a day. It's what I used to relax and cool myself. And sometimes you see me laughing. My children will like, what, mommy, come and watch. And that is content. And I think there's somewhere content, indigenous content development and adoption is part of it. So I love this new pillars. It captures what we did. So you may not see gender there, you may not even see youth there, but they are all embedded within, and you can just propose them across all these key areas. So I just have this small, I'm very brief, I don't talk too much, so I'm rounding up. This USAID Digital Ecosystem Framework for International Development is very compact and, covers a lot of issues and areas for the digital ecosystem, and I would recommend it for maybe when we want to interrogate the NDEPS. If And we don't have to wait for 2030, maybe next year or 2 years' time. I heard the minister say that a lot has, just 2 years, less than 2 years after the NDPS launch, a huge stride has been attained. I can't remember the exact figure, but we saw a clear, increase and improvement in our entire economy. And this is one of the reasons, because it's not just that it's it, but distinct and clear and prioritized. And that is what we want. So we are not there yet. Interrogating the national ICT policy, I would say that we didn't accomplish all, but the most interesting thing is that we are making progress. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm sure we can really appreciate our speaker better. We were almost carried away because she's been talking about youths, and I know everybody in this auditorium today is a youth. So I'm very sure we are all copiously making our notes and taking our questions down for the speakers as we go on to the last but not the least speaker for this session. So please welcome with me to the podium Barrister Dr. Dayo Shogobade.
Thank you so much, sir. The chairman, it's a privilege to have you here. Well, I'm happy I'm back home, as Femi rightly said, and it's a privilege to be here as well. Sister Mata, that's a good one. You have really changed over the years. I just, I didn't know you were the one until when you were rounding up. So I now looked at the face again, this is matter. Yes. I never knew until when you were rounding up. I now, okay. No, it's serious. And it's something very good that we are here. Prof, you said everybody is a youth. I don't know if you are one of us. But it's good. Thanks for this privilege to deliver this very short lecture. When I was told it was 30 minutes, I asked if it was, initially, I thought it was 30 minutes for introducing the topic. So later, when you now reduce it to 20 minutes, and now felt maybe it's just to mention the topic. But I'll try my best. I'll be talking, I'm looking at it from these subtopics. Have you seen that? Okay, subtopics. I'm talking about this. So, I'm very fast, and you have to, there's a way I have to solve this thing. So, general perspective of ICT law, rule of law in ICT, rule of ICT in law. You see, I'm a pragmatic person, so there's a way I always view things. ICT and law, they have a meeting point only if you take time to understand what each has been doing. And you realize that both Femi and Mata spoke about role of law in ICT. But people hardly understand role of ICT in law. And because we are in a conference where a lot of us are computer specialists, I'll be eating that a lot. Then we look at features of ICT in law, then I'll also, the future, I'll be talking about the gap that has been created, and we'll talk about the challenges and the way forward. So now, the introduction. ICT includes all technologies for the manipulation of computation of information, and lawyers' work involves a high level of documentation and information processing. What we lawyers deal with is usually information, and that's why we say we are learned, whereas others are educated. The reason is because we have a way of getting information. But now ICT has come to make it very easy for us. So you would think that an average lawyer will appreciate ICT, but I'll be telling you reverse is the case. So the value of accuracy, correctness, and completeness, relevance and timeliness are characteristics of information which ICT systems do generate to meet lawyers' information needs. The fact is, ICT has come to help us with our work, but we don't understand it. Now, the general perspective about this is that in the first industrial revolution, machines were invented and developed to increase the leverage, power, and range of the muscles of man. At the beginning, what technology was doing was to build our muscles. Today, technology is building what? Our mind. And that's what I'm going to be looking at. So, relation between ICT and law. ICT can help us find the law. ICT can help us analyze the law. Now look at the third one, because that's where the gap is. ICT can help lower court judges. There are different courts. We have the lower court, we have the higher court. Well, ICT can help the lower court judges to predict or anticipate decisions. So that function is also where the limitation lies. Now, okay, you are ahead of me. Okay, role of ICT. Now, role of law on ICT. This is what the two of you have been addressing. In Nigeria, we have the ICT legal framework. That's the laws guiding ICT. When we talk about policy, we talk about laws. We have the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended. It's also part of what we have, because that's the crown law that is guiding ICT. Another thing is Cybercrime Act. A lot of people don't like the Twitter ban that came up, but you know, as a lawyer, I so much appreciate the Twitter ban, because yes, Femi spoke about one-stop shop. You understand? What the federal government was saying, except if there's anything underlining, is that Twitter should be registered in Nigeria. If Twitter is to be registered in Nigeria, it's to your advantage. But most of us do not understand some of these things. Total is not a Nigerian company. Total is from Germany, am I not right? France, rather. Now, Total is from France. But Total cannot operate unless Total Nigeria is registered. There is no company that can operate in Nigeria without being registered with CAC. So some of these advantages, some of these things are advantageous. But the challenge we have is part of what I've been mentioning, is that when policies are made, when Femi was talking now, I just felt if my own classmate is involved to this extent, then I don't have an excuse if Nigeria is not working. I am one of those that should be held responsible. Because if Femi, that's the truth. You understand? If Femi is there, I told him that I was in his office. I didn't know he was there. I went with the VC of Foye, and we met him about 2 months ago, and NITDA is willing to do a lot. Now look at what OAU is doing now. How many people are aware of this conference? How many people are ready to attend? How many people are ready to follow whatsoever is being said here? In Nigeria, we are ready to listen to nothing, but all we do is emotionally analyze everything. And that is why we are not getting the expected result. So that's the Cybercrime Act. In the Cybercrime Act, a lot of things have been taken care of. Take, for example, Professor Luaranti, I want to transfer music to him, and matter by one way or the other, decide to spoof in and get part of that data, matter is liable. I can sue her. And it's either she pays, I think it's about 5 million, or she goes for 6 months imprisonment. But you don't know that. It's in existence since 2015. Yeah. Cybercrime Act is there. So by the time you look at the ICT, the law on ICT, what is the function of law? Law is there to control and regulate. And nobody wants to be regulated, as my friend rightly said. You don't want to be controlled, and that's why we hate law. But law, now in terms of law on ICT, Nigeria is doing well. Where we lacking is ICT, it's ICT influencing law. Do you understand the difference? Law in Nigeria, that's the policies, the regulations, a lot of things. The last format I showed, the one Femi spoke about, they are all policies, they are all laws regulating the use of ICT. Now by the time it comes, okay, look at someone who sued MTN in Ibadan for sending him a message he did not solicit for. And MTN had to pay 7 million for that purpose. Yes, but you are being cheated because you are quiet. You don't cheat, that's why you are being cheated. You know, most of the time we leave these things to God, but we lawyers, we don't leave it to God. We want to know what is happening. It's like an average Nigerian. So that's why you are being cheated. Nobody has the right to deduct your money without your permission. It is wrong. The same way you don't have a right to record someone's voice on phone without the person's permission. So if I am telling you a secret and you are recording and you think it's an evidence in court, you are deceiving yourself. Because that record was without my permission, so it can be easily denied. So the issue here, it's a bit, I have to say it here in OAU. The issue of the professor in OAU is something that only the professor lost to sentiments and what, how do I put that? The just emotionalism of the media. You understand? Appeal to emotion. When after he served his terms in the prison, he now went to appeal the judgment. The prof later went to appeal the judgment because he understood that when you are sentenced by, you see, if the policeman keeps you in cell, you have no problem. If the court sends you to 1 minute jail, you are going to lose a lot of things. So it's better to stay in the police station for 10 years than to stay 1 minute in cells. I'm telling you. Now a lot of emotionalism comes in. Look at the issue that the issue of that professor, because a voice note was spread around. The prof now admitted was one who said this, and that's part of what we talk about regulation. It was being recorded without his permission. It's not something I can't be his lawyer and ask him to accept it was his voice. You need to prove he said those things. And that is exactly what law is all about. Because we have to protect you. It's not only about the person. It's not emotionalism. I will show you some of these things. We need to understand it. And when they tried it in Unilag, the Unilag man initially, being a pastor or whatsoever he is, he was trying to, but when he spoke to his lawyer, he went to create another, initially apologized on Facebook. Later now created another Facebook page and showed himself and his wife and said they are doing a faithful husband. He died a natural death. Until you, that's it. Until you give, the only area the law protects you is in murder cases. In any other case, when you say yes, it will be difficult for you to come back and tell us it is not true. So don't let anybody bully you into you have been recorded. No, it doesn't go. The Cybercrime Act is in your favor. It's not in the favor of the person recording you. That's why hearsay and assumption is not tenable in court unless you now say this is it. If Femi and I commit a crime and Femi says he has not seen that situation before, and I said yes, I committed it. Therefore, it wasn't only it was Femi and I. And Femi is saying he's not involved. The court will judge me and release Femi because I said I committed, said he did not. Once you can't prove he committed it. So the confession, or you can't confess on my behalf. It's only God that I confess to directly, not you or anybody. You understand what I'm talking about? Thank you. So now another thing is that the Wireless Telegraphy Act is there. Some of you think you can just pick up when you get somewhere. There was a time I just left my phone open in a campus environment. I just realized that 10 gig was gone. By the time I checked, wow, they just started. And you know the funny thing, even my students, it was in school, my students who came for PhD or master's programs, he said, I said, what are you doing there? He said, okay, you're going to learn and be. And I said, oh no, sorry, the network. And now check, what's the name? He said that was name. And so you are using my data to download. It's illegal. You see, some of you, that's why, in fact, I have to tell you someone, God must not look at our cyber fraud. If he considers it, nobody will make heaven. Because some of you have stolen data, you down, look at the students, you see now, we are all guilty. And that is why you have the act there. So the Nigerian Communication Act is also there, and the National Film and Video Censors Board Act. Matter, I think this is what you should work on as what you have done on terms of women. The content development. Our women The only thing they have to sell, most, they have to respect the female gender. But some of the people online realize that the only thing they have to sell is their body. And that is why it seems that some of them are not too active when it comes to, you will not see a man twerking. You will not see a man, but you see students. So that is, I think that's an area you have to look at so that they can know how they can use the social media to their benefit and not display of what their privacy should be. The institution that is the institutional framework in Nigeria, we have SCC, the NBC, and my brother's company. They are it's units. That's service unit. That's that. They are also doing a very good job in that area. Now, what is the role of ICT on law? Primarily, ICT has come to enhance law through the deployment of case management systems, electronic filing, data and document exchange, online dispute resolution. This online dispute resolution is very nice. You know, dispute resolution is the way out now. Nobody wants to really go to court again because court is open, court is all. When you go to court, I need to say this very quickly. Please, don't, when you have issue of money with anybody, please don't go to the police. You know the reason. Anything the police handles is a criminal case. In criminal cases, you don't get your money back. There are only two results you get. It's either the person that is found guilty goes to cell or the person will be killed if it's a capital offense. Do you understand? If I steal your 500,000 and you report it under a criminal case, the maximum you can get is that you send me to Elisha for 6 months, but you will get your money back. Now the question is, what do you want? I go to sell or your money? So that is why the new Police Act is saying that no police officer is going to prosecute again except you are a lawyer. This is one of the reasons why this administration, economically, things may not seem to be working. But when you look at some of the policies being made, they are really helping us because in the past, it is difficult, almost impossible, for a police officer who is not a lawyer to win a lawyer. Do you understand? Because we will go up to technicalities. Don't say technicalities is wrong. That is law. The meaning of law is technicalities. I'm not saying that this person is right or wrong. What I'm saying is that I want to win the case for him. So try and understand that. So law, ICT has helped us in this area. But this has been done. What else has been done again? Role of ICT on law when it comes to the issue of AI, that's artificial intelligence. You have some of these things, artificial intelligence. Let's go to the next slide. Now, you see that you have Rabu law. This one has helped people to lawyers. All these are for lawyers. I don't want to really waste time on what has been done. This has been done. It helps lawyers. But there are some people that have not been helped. And let's move on. The gap in ICT law. Now, when you look at the gap, this is the gap. The gap is the brain of the judge. This is where profs are. OAU must do something. This is where we need to work. You see, for lawyers, people always misunderstand lawyers and justice. We are not to promote justice. We are to protect clients. Try and get it very clear. I am not a judge. I'm a lawyer. When I go to court, my first duty is my client is not. Justice didn't bring me to court. A client brought me there to represent me. Are you getting it now? So my duty is to protect that client without lying, without misleading. We don't lie. There is no word like lie in law. Without misleading the court. So if my client has committed murder, that's a capital offense, for example, he tells me, lawyer, I did it. Thank you. Now, I won't go to court to say he didn't do it. But I will tell the court to prove he did it. I think that's just my duty. That's what I'm being paid. Now, it's not the problem of the judge to understand me and the other client, you understand, to win the case. So, ICT has helped lawyers by case management system, bringing different judgments together. So we will now see how to push our case. But the judge that is meant to dish out justice after listening to the two sides is yet to be helped. That's the gap. That's the gap. So now, as a lawyer, for example, a case was handled, a particular man, I don't want to mention the tribe, goes into a family house to rape a woman who just lost the husband. The first time this man did it, the woman cried and told the children, this happened. The children said it's not possible. This man came again and did say. The third time the children were sent. When they came, they said, who is that? He accused them, your father. They didn't talk. He came in again, but they held him, strangled him, and killed him. After killing him, they packed him inside the sack and took him to his house area and hung him on the tree. So when the policemen came the next day, his friend, you can't be involved in such acts without informing someone. His friend now told the police that is the house where he went and that was where they killed him. So my chambers was to handle the case for these children. They are Hausas, so they are ready to say that they killed the man. And we know they killed the man, but we must get them out of that trouble. What do we do? So when we got there, I was surprised the way my principal handled that case, because all he did was to tell the policeman to prove that when did you get to that place to see the corpse? He said around 8:30 a.m. Good. How many people have passed through that place before you got there? He said they cannot quantify. They now measure from that place to the house of the person and now prove that any of those people who passed could have killed him and hung him there. So, the duty of the lawyer is to puncture the weakness of the prosecutions. So after my boss punctured the testimony of the witness, what the judge now asked was if our own client were going to talk. We said no, that we don't need to open the defense of our client because we have spoken to those ones. They have refused to agree that they should say no. You understand? They are ready to say we killed him because to them they took revenge. So you know what we did? We didn't allow them to talk at all. And because the other party could not prove beyond reasonable doubt, they were released and allowed to go. I don't know who killed who, but I know my clients were released. Now, the idea is that is a case I have cited. With the case I have cited now, any other lawyer can use it. But how will ICT assist the judge in taking decisions? And let me tell you something about the judge. If the judge is passing and he saw a murder case going on, in fact, the blood of the victim can even splash on his clothes and he passes. And maybe 30 minutes after, they brought the scene into his court. Do you understand? The judge must not act as if he saw anything. It is what is before him that he must adjudicate on. I see it, and that's justice. Justice is not who is right. Justice is who can present what he is capable of defending. You see, the challenge we have is mentality. What we call justice is not feelings. No, not at all. It's just reality. Do you understand? So ICT now that is there, look at the brain of the judge, look at the balance. Can you see now? And the judge must not be emotional. That's why I put that love sign there. You understand? Once it's emotional, the brain will be affected. You understand? So who will now design? What's the solution to this? How do you help the judge to listen to left, listen to right, and have a balance? The solution, as I think of, is artificial neural networks. That's the solution. Because artificial neural networks, it will address different aspects of elements of learning, such as how to learn, how to induce, and how to deduce. ANA can also draw conclusions from case observation and address the issues of prediction and interpretation. Now, let me give you a scenario. When we talk about death, death can be in three phases. It could be murder, it could be manslaughter, or professional negligence. The ranging case now going on in Ife, that someone was killed, someone was buried, someone was, you understand, the popular case going on now. Now I need to tell you, write this down. That case will go on for another 2 years, because even if all the suspects will come out and say, yes, we killed him, you know what the law says the judge should write? Innocent. In murder cases, any capital offense, if the victim says, I killed him, what the judge must write is, if you want to prove your innocence, it's the other party that will prove that you truly killed him. So when people talk, don't blame whoever is suspect. Just talk to the prosecutor to present his fact beyond reasonable doubt. What the lawyer of the other party is saying is inconsequential. It is what you are presenting that matters. So you look at that case is murder, isn't it? But 21-story building fell in Lagos. 40-something people died. 21-story building fell. 44 people died. Have you heard of murder? No, that's professional negligence. But people died. Only one person died. Here, we are talking of murder. Now, if someone is going and, okay, there is a shot of a gun and it was not intentional, we talk about manslaughter. You now see the problem of the judge. The situation is death. It could be murder. It could be manslaughter. It could be professional negligence. Now, ANN is where we work on to help build the brain of the judge so that the judge can also enjoy ICT as the lawyers are enjoying. What are the challenges? The challenges, well, we have issues. One, philosophy of the profession. Now, this is it. Law is a conservative profession. I've not seen the time before. This suit I'm putting on, if I try it in court, they'll send me out. It's too conservative. In fact, it's so conservative that when you have your law chambers, you must not make a big banner. Once you make a big banner, you will be suspended. Yes, I'm an engineer, and by Korean acts, which I have read, and I guess maybe I'm the one who has read it here. By Korean act, I have to be very fast. By Korean act, I cannot be stopped from being an engineer. But as a lawyer, if you misbehave, it takes just a letter and they will de-lawyer you. And that's ends. That's ends. But engineering, the innovation, you understand, the innovation in the profession, or the newness. You can't say I've been an engineer for 50 years. Who cares? The question is, what do you have on the table? In law, what we care about is, when were you called to the bar? You were called last year, what do you know? Baby lawyer, sit down. There is nothing like baby engineer. That guy is doing well. If you know what he's doing in that city now, engineering is innovative, law is conservative. The pride of the lawyer is the engine of the week. When if that single week they will use for 50 years to show you as your senior. But in engineering, that is the case. It's the newness of his ideas. Apart from that, part of the profession, science and art. I was over 40 years when I went to write WAEC because I want to study law. So that disparity is one of the challenges we have. So you have to go back, write exam again, you know. You go to law school, and law school can be a very different thing. Time will not permit. Purpose of the profession. Law controls, engineering enhances. You see it now. So when you see law, it wants to stop you from doing this. Engineering wants to blow. So bringing the two together is like what Jesus said, that to make everything be as gentle as a dove and white as a serpent. I've not seen a gentle serpent, and I've not seen a wise dove. But because we combine them, so that's engineering law. Principle of the profession. Law is built on actus may use and mens rea, whereas engineering deals with data and collection analysis. And you know what that means? When you talk about law, actus reuse, that's the action. The mens rea is intention. You know the funny thing? If I intend to just shoot at this place and I mistakenly shot at someone, the person dies, that means murder committed, isn't it? No. But my intention was not to kill. So law will always look for intention. The fact that your laptop is in my hand does not mean I've stolen it. I might have kept it for you because of the battery. You see, so you need to prove the intention. That's the truth. But in engineering, it's data and analysis. So that's where it goes. Now, the challenges, personality, I will handle now. Personality and mentality of the professionals. Lawyers, judges have explained that. The myth of computing taking over. The senior lawyers don't want to hear about ICT at all. Our professors will have to help us. When I was asked to present this at MBA, some of them said no, they should remove the topic. And I explained to them that it will help you. The reason is this: in law, when you just when you are just called to bar, you will be following the senior lawyers to open forward cases. But today, because of what is happening in ICT, we just Google these things. They don't like it. They want us to serve them. You understand? So they don't want to hear about it at all. Our professors, we have to educate them. There are plenty of existing extras. I must talk about this. Section 37 gives you privacy of conversation. But ICT has made, we now have personal area network. So with that, we discover that privacy is already there, and the policeman is free to stop you to check your car. But by law, he's not free to check your phone. You understand? But for us to control fraud, that policeman must have access to some personal things. So existing law must be reviewed to favor what we have. So now, way forward, conferences like this, OAU is doing a very good job, but this should not be limited to only computing people. Sir, bring lawyers. When they listen to Ife talking about ICT, sir, they will listen to you. But if it is lawyers that want to tell them, the younger lawyers, they won't listen to us. But they want to listen to professors. Collaboration, science and arts, Martha has addressed this. CORED and MBA must come together. We don't have a choice. Let me have a couple of that book. Then curriculum review, law content. First, we need more law courses in the store. Then courses, short diploma. I said that the department, I'm talking of computer science and department of Great Ife, should take up this challenge. Sir, we need to start courses on ICT law. Just 6 months. People will come. I'm ready to give you everything we need to run it. We need forensics. Oh, Unilag is running this. I'm a student going through one forensic course on Unilag now. We can do this 6 months, 2 months, and we have it that something that people can offer. Then another thing is combined honors. The combined honor is what I have done. It's not easy. If you can combine computer science and engineering plus your LLB, that's the law first degree, and of course, CORED registered. I'm also a barrister at law. So if you can combine it. And one thing I have done, that's what I just want to show you. One way or the other, I've succeeded in writing the first book on engineering law in Nigeria, which is good. Thank you, and good.
Wow, I think we can do better for our engineering lawyer. Thank you very much, barrister engineer. I'm not surprised, and a story was once told. Davos and my son were classmates in the law school, and there was a course. And the lecturer came to the class, and Davos was to make a comment in the class. And as soon as Davos was making his comment in the class, the lecturer packed his book from the podium and went to sit among the students, and that's how Davos became the lecturer for that course, even in the law school. Thank you very much. We have spent so much time, but it's very useful time that we have spent. The implication for that is we have rapporteurs, but we know that all the participants, even including myself, we were making copious notes during the presentation. But because of time constraints, we will excuse the rapporteurs to come forward. Please, let's use our own notes and the questions that we have noted to begin to bring up our questions for the speakers. I think because of time, we will just allow two questions for each speaker. 2 questions. So if you have questions, just raise up your hand, and then you just mention which of the speakers, and then we take the questions, and then they will respond. Question time. Okay, I can see hands already up there. So let's just, okay, number 1. So please, let's make our questions very brief and concise, just straight to the point.
Good afternoon. I want to ask Dr. Shubawale a question. Towards the end of your presentation, you said it's innovative and law is conservative. You are practicing both. Where is the balance?
Thank you very much. Yes, the next person.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, sir. I have a question for Dr. Adelui. What is DBI, that's Digital Bridge Institute, doing to close digital gap amongst the youth of Nigeria? And then what is your ministry also doing to bring DBI closer to the people? Because I learned that we have just one for the entire Southwest region. I want to know the effort of the ministry as regards this. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Yes, the next person. Okay.
I want to ask Dr. Dayo a question. From what you said, law is conservative and engineering is the other one. Now, you said in artificial intelligence can help the judge to make decisions. Are you trying to say that when such system is available, the judge will not have a say or they will be rendered useless in the course of judging the case? And what is even the possibility of this Nigerian system that we have today adopting such a solution that will influence the decision-making process of the court, knowing fully well that we have high level of corruption in the system? Thank you.
Thank you very much. No more questions for Dr. Shogowale. For the other speakers, yes, if you still have any. Okay. But not for Dr. Shogowale, please.
Yeah, good afternoon all. My name is Lawal Yahya. My question goes to the technical assistant to the Honorable Minister of Communication and Digital Economy. He made mention of a law, or rather a bill, that is supposedly supposed to be in the pipeline in this country, which is the Data Protection Bill. I want to know, and he made mention that the bill seems to look like a baby of national, NIDA. I want to know why it is as such, number one, and not maybe a baby of National Identity Management Commission, for the fact that the National Identity Management Commission is the commission that is entrusted to collect, own, operate, and manage the National Identity Database. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay. Except your question is directed to Within.
Thank you so much. This question is directed to Dr. Femi Adele.
No, please. No. Except is directed to Gender. Okay. There's somebody?
Yes.
Okay. Please, Dr. Gambo, there is somebody. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much for the lectures. And honestly, I really appreciate all the speakers. But my question goes to Mrs. Alade Mata. Please, you mentioned something when you were delivering the lecture about youth harassment. So what do you have policy or something to protect these youth that are being harassed on the issue of Yahoo? Whereas what they do, their legal business. Please, do you have policy for that to protect them?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ma'am. Do we still have anybody for waiting? Okay, the last question.
Good afternoon. My name is Oyibade Adidoye. I want to ask what NIDA is doing.
Sorry, please, not for NIDA. For gender, women and youth. Okay, thank you.
I
want to ask, what Wheaton is doing to reaching out to all the schools in Nigeria to capture the girl students?
Okay, thank you very much. Now, the two questions, we are going to have the response from the speakers. Speaker will just take 2 minutes to round up the two questions. And we are going to start this time with our barrister engineer, Shugawale. So, 2 minutes.
Thank you, sir. On the issue of the balance is very difficult, but what I believe is that the digital generation that is just coming up now, you know, they are born into ICT. The lawyers among them will not see ICT as a problem. But for the judges that have grown up there, to convince them, we need people like Professor Adakundo and Professor Aderomu to convince them, because they believe that the youths, that it's difficult to bring them together. Then ICT also, through our GUI, we can now appeal to them, because we don't have a choice. They are making laws that will be controlling what we do in the ICT sector, and we abide. But for them to now allow the that conservatism to enjoy enhancement and innovation is something that will have to take a lot of time. So that is that about the issue of balance. On the issue of Nigeria, the judge, expert systems don't replace professionals. They enhance their performances. So that is the issue. Thank you so much, and God bless.
Thank you very much. The next speaker will be Wheaton.
Okay. So thank you very much. The first question was talking about if there is any policy for youths. So I am not aware of any, but the good thing is that is why we are interrogating the policy. So that is the gap. And we have a representative from the ministry here. Now we have made him known that there is a gap there. So please take note of that. I think it's really, really interesting. So the youths being protected, maybe like a policy or a law to protect youths who are, hustling responsibly online. Then the second one, Nigeria is big. Talking about what we are doing to reach out to schools, right? So what we do, one of the things we do is that we key into United Nations program like the International Girls in ICT Day, celebrated every 4th April of every year. And it's an initiative by the International Telecommunication Union, which everybody can see onto. So it's not just about what Wheaton is doing, it's about what everyone who is committed to bridging this gender gap is doing. We are reaching out to schools, we are doing sensitization programs, we are doing digital skills programs, training. Just last week, 2 weeks ago, I was in Delta State and I joined our team in Saple. We reached out to schools in Saple. We are reaching out to Warri, different parts of the country. So it's everybody's responsibility, and I think everyone should key into it, because it's a collective gain, not just individual gain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am deliberately making the technical assistant to the Honorable Minister to respond last for a purpose. And everything ends on the table of our policymakers. Meanwhile, before we ask him to respond, Dr. Adeluyi, Dr. Davos has a little point to chip in on the gender response.
Thank you so much. In terms of the policy, you see, Section 34 of the Nigerian Constitution as amended has already made this policy. It states that the right, basically, that every Nigerian has a right not to be subjected to torture or inhuman degrading treatment, and no Nigerian should be held in circumstances which amount to slavery or servitude. It's already in the Constitution. During the EndSARS, I went to them in Osun. I said, what are you asking for? Instead of you saying, no this, just quote where this thing is in the Constitution. Read it, is there. Section 34 is there. Section 35 is also there, that you have your personal liberty, and Section 37, that the policy is there, enforcement is another thing. And I want to tell you, if anybody deprives you of your right, please, you can contact any lawyer. Fundamental rights courts are specially made, and it's always with speed, please, because most of the time we just think policies should be made. They already exist. The constitution is robust. Let's maximize it. Thank you.
So we now have Dr. Adelui.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Before I respond to mine, I just want to say something little about what Mrs. Martha Ade said. I now know that there's another term for HR, non-human resources. It's costly responsible. All right, so I mean, concerning the answer, the Honourable Minister actually wrote to the police and security agencies to emphasize that, look, I mean, for the mere fact that a youth is carrying a laptop does not mean that he's a fraudster. I don't like even calling it Yahoo because I pity Yahoo. You know, but so I mean, so apart from even what we have in Constitution and so on, the issue of, you know, engagement is something that the minister is doing to ensure that, you know, people can grow the digital economy and also responsibly. All right, so the question on DBI, what is DBI doing to close the gap? DBI, like you know, it's a Digital Bridge Institute, is actually under the NCC. It's an institute that is supposed to help with digital skills, digital literacy. Obviously, it's not going to be that institute alone that will cater for every Nigerian. So it's just to jumpstart things. So we'll have one in each geopolitical zone, and they are doing what they can to support. The minister has actually even set up a committee to see how they can revive the ones that are not operating efficiently. So we want to do that, but like the minister always emphasizes, the part of the private sector is much more than the public sector. So we are just to create the enabling environment. We want a situation where the NCS, the Microsoft, the Davosis will be the people to train the people, right? Not just government. So I hope I've answered that question. And then the second one about data protection. Actually, it is not NIDA. It's something, you know, I talked about converged regulation. So that committee we're talking about, we have people from NIMSI, we have people from Justice, we have people from NIDA and so on. The reason why I highlighted NIDA is because when the Honourable Minister was DG of NIDA, he came up with NDPR. As at that time, there was no policy or regulation that was supporting data privacy, like the EU GDPR. So he came up with that, and it's like the parent of whatever will come up later on. So it's what the bill that is being prepared now considers EU GDPR, considers things that need in NIMSI law, in NIDA law, and at the end of the day, we want to get something that will meet with international global best practice, and something that will also lead not just to the bill and eventually the law. We're also going to have an institution that is responsible for managing data protection. Because if NIMSI is hosting the data of our name, it's not, and NIDA is supervising things related to IT, it's not right for either of them to be the people that are regulating data protection. So it's going to be an independent organization. Thank you.
Indeed, you will all agree with me that our speakers deserve better appreciation. As the chairman of this session, I want to thank our speakers. Mrs. Martha Alade, we say thank you. Engineer Barrister Shubawale, we say thank you. And our Dr. Adelui, we say thank you. You see, it's really a blessing to me to be surrounded on my left, on my right today by all of them, my students. And I want to thank you all very much for the good work you are all doing out there. Well, I have just said a little thank you, a little appreciation. I know that the organizers have a bigger appreciation and a bigger thank you. So I like to invite the chairman, local organizing committee, Professor Luwaranchi, and our own eminent Professor Aderomu to up here for another special appreciation of the speakers, Professor Aderomi. Professor Oluwaranti.
Thank you very much. We are sorry we have kept you this long, but I want to believe it's been a worthwhile session. Do you all agree with me? So please, a round of applause for our speakers. I'm happy. I know the three of them, like Prof said, I know three of them personally, and to have seen them grow. And I think it was a deliberate effort in the part of the LOC to make sure that the three of them are the one in this session. The first session have diverse people, but these three are people that knew themselves right from campus, and it shows even in their interaction. And this is one of the joy of being a teacher. When you see your student, when you see your product doing this well. That one was my project student. So I know him and I can talk about him. Femi, I know when Femi resumed the NICTA, the four of them that went with Professor Ajayi, I know, and Mata has been very, very close to me for so long. And see what they are doing, the pride, the joy, sitting down there and listening to them, it's been something that just radiates my heart with joy. So please, a round of applause for these people. We were supposed to do something in the morning, but the whole time that we want to conserve and all that did not allow us to. But we did give the speakers their plaque. We have a plaque for the speakers. Can you come up with them? And we want to appreciate our speakers for coming. Some of them spent, Femi Adeloye, we were discussing, spent 6 hours on the way from Lagos to 6 or 8 hours. He had to break the journey and stay in Ibadan yesterday. So he had to now come down very early this morning. I want to call Professor Aderobu off stage to come and do us the honor. No, keep this. Professor Aderobu, please. Please, come, please, I'm calling my Oga. That's my co-supervisor. So it's a pleasure always to call him and work with him. The three people that initiated and started, the three of them on the program that started NICTA had one part or the other to play in my growth. Professor Adagondo was my MSc supervisor. Professor Kehinde was my PhD supervisor along with Professor Aderomu. So you can see that I am in the midst of my organs. So I would like to call first and foremost, the one that is before me, Dr. Dayo Shobawale.
Thank you, Professor Oluwaranti, and that's the joy of a teacher, as said by Professor Adamu. And I want to say that, in fact, I'm very happy to be here today. Before I present give you your award. The chairman of today's occasion, Professor Adamu, taught me. So and that's because, like the casting, Professor Adamu taught me. And I thought it was Oluwaranti. I thought Oluwaranti, at least in part 5. Okay. And he taught all these ones. So you can now see that, and they are really doing well, we are happy. We started this program in 2005. And I said to Professor Dagondo, it's high time for us to hand over to the younger ones. Let's see how they want to do it. And that's why you can see that we are at the back bench. I don't want to even dabble to what is happening because I want them also to take it to another level before they hand over to the younger ones. So I'm happy that everything is going on well. I'm happy that we have our senior and then my junior with me here. That boy is, I think he was a former NACO's president, right? During yourself, you had one issue. You don't let me just say it again. Because then I was able to computer science and engineering. So he had a lot of issues, but I thank God that he's really doing well. Seriously doing well, honestly. I'm so proud about you, and we wish you well. So on behalf of Martha Alade. For Mrs. Martha Alade, I will tell your story. But I won't say it to that extent. I won't say it to that extent. Well, so you see, I mean, sky is the limit. You see, you don't when students are growing up, it's always good for you to encourage them. When she was here, there are a lot of challenges. Yep. A lot of challenges. And there was a time I sat down. I sat her down, encouraging. When she graduated, I didn't hear about her again. Until 2011, you know, this woman is a very powerful woman. You don't know. Very close to the power that be since 2011. Yes, she was very close to the First Lady since 2011. So until 2011, that I was told that she's working with the First Lady of this country. I said, Mrs. Mata, this is powerful. And I started calling her phone. She was not picking my phone. So that is like, no problem. No problem, but she was really doing well. And up till now, she's still doing very, very well. And since 2000, when you graduated when? 2001. I've not seen her since 2001. So this is my first time on seeing her again, after that 2001. So I want to congratulate you. I want to thank you for coming. In fact, I didn't want to mention what to give to the organizer, but she has done very, very well. Very, very well. So we are proud of our graduates, and that is why if you pass through the computer science and engineering department, and you pass through a lot of stress, don't worry yourself. By the time you graduate, sky will be your limit. And that is why you can see Mrs. Matanade smiling today. So on behalf of the University Management, the organizer of this conference program, I want to present to you, Mrs. Matanade, this plaque in recognition of your sterling contribution as the lead speaker at this AICTTRA 2021 conference. Congratulations. You didn't change, you are still the way you were during that time. Congratulations. Last but not the least, I would like to invite Dr. Femi Adele. Dean of the Electrical Engineering Department. Well, I don't know how to also. He's a big man. As he's standing here now, the minister is here. So he also graduated from elect, and he's really doing very, very well in Abuja. He was working with NIDA before. The honorary minister now asked him to follow him. And then, you know, as a minister cannot just pick anybody to work with him. There are so many people in NIDA, but the honorary minister decided to pick Dr. Femi to work with him, at least for this period. And it's really doing very well. In fact, I'm really proud of Dr. Femi Adewale. When I was the president of NCS, he used to also follow the DG of NIDA then, which is the honorary minister now. Anytime you want to see the DG, once you call on Dr. Femi, he will find a way to link you up with the DG. Even now, if you want to see the minister, by the time you get on him, he will find a way to tell you where the minister is. So, for you to see this gentleman here today, we have to really thank God. And also thank the Minister of Communication for releasing him, because it's not easy. He's always with him every day. I don't know whether they sleep together, but at least...
Sorry, he came into the country just like...
you see, so it's not easy for you to see him. So when he told me that Dr. Femi will be coming, I said, well, let's hope so. Let's hope so that the Minister of Communication will release him. Now I'm happy he's here. And I must say that Dr. Femi is doing well. Very, very well. So I'm proud of all our products, anywhere there. So Dr. Femi, I want to thank you for your contribution to the university and also to this conference. So on behalf of the organizing committee, I hereby present to you this plaque in recognition of your contributions as the lead speaker of at this AICTTRA conference 2021. Congratulations. And so before you go, just a message to the minister. We are inviting him to come to OAU by next year, February. Okay. That's just a message for a program. And I know that he's going to make it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, briefly, I just want to, on behalf of the local organizing committee, thank my Professor Ihar Hadagodo. Please, I can't thank him enough. He's always been a pillar of rock. He's always been very supportive, and he's always been there. So we are always happy to have you in our midst, helping us out every time. Thank you very much, sir. God bless you. And I want to thank our panelists, our speakers. It's been a very, I have no doubt. Mata was saying that will I be able to do it? I said, don't worry. You will be able to. I know I've seen your work, so I know you will be able to do it. And Femi, thank you very much. I know it's been tough. I know you had to shift so many things to be here. Thank you. Dr. Shubawale has been on the road for so long. Dr. Shubawale came in from Fanafi. Keep tracking him on the phone to call him to be here. Because he promised to come in yesterday, he couldn't make it, but I'm so happy that he's here. He's a man of many parts, and that has been obvious in the presentation. So I want to appreciate all for sitting down this long. It's been very, very long, and I hope and I believe it was worth it. I believe the lunch is ready, and we will have lunch where we had the snack. It will be a quick one. It's a long day. It's sorry, but we will round up with the technical session. The technical session is not going to be as long as this. So what we want to break now for lunch. The lunch is ready. I will take our lunch and we will call us back. Looking at the time, probably by 4:30. Thank you very much. Professor.
Take a shot. I might not be able to take all of them.
But you don't feel it. Yeah, put down.
Okay, the one that was calling yesterday, what happened? You were calling and they already arrived.
my intention was to come yesterday. The road is bad.
Yes. What was that?
The road in the east is very bad. So I left the
So you need accommodation?
No, we are agreed.
Yes. The guy has been calling
You
Oh, go. Someone come collect lunch from me. They say we're collecting from the one we used to go, one from here. Oh, when are you? We are going down. Let me say my things.
Cruising down with you. I like to go where you are. Yeah, like to paparazzi you. I feel something changing now. Am I mistaken now? I'm holding back. Feel something caring now. My heart misbehaving now. Yeah, but you know my destiny. Catching feelings, so you know the truth to me. Supposed to be close to me, but not that close to me. Looking at me, one kind. Looking at me, one kind, baby. Just making me feel one kind. Tell me why, you're supposed to be my guy. You're supposed to be my guy, baby. You're making me feel one kind. Tell me why,
years ago. I will put the picture side by side. She's the only friend I have. I didn't even have friends. You heard him talking about my issue. People didn't believe that I can even talk. But it's because of what I was going through. What I was going through. Okay, where are we collecting to? Let's go. Where's the ticket? Did they give us tickets? Let's go, they will give us. Let's go, she's saying you don't need.
Oh, this is crazy. My day, no, my destiny. But something is changing. Why am I holding back? No, I'm not faking now. My heart is behaving now. It asked me one kind. You give me one kind, baby. Just making me feel one kind. Tell me why, supposed to be my guy. Supposed to be my guy, baby. You making me feel one kind. Tell me why.
Checking come here yesterday. Hello? Which
see what them they do for Lagos City. Now there you go find the money missing. She know they party last year, she know they agree. Yeah, she don't like you. Mommy, it's Sunday on Sunday out. I feel like giving you a city out. That is silly out, better shy. But it don't feel like we gotta die. But I'm around the tire. Some was money and they don't pay by the it hits to let go. On me, it's just a more joy I know. I had to go there, I do you. When you shower, it's just a I saw you dancing, I forget yourself. You think I love it, prophecy. Oh, Gucci, they see ya. You run me up to Susan. Susie, she dancing higher. You say you don't believe her. Now, I'm gonna go. I'm sure we gon' see the out. That is silly, I'm gonna shy. See the feel like we're gonna die. One time, I'm champagne. I'm gonna shift for one down. Okay. Baby, it's all let go. One me, it's just more you let know. I had to go there, I do you. When you shower, it's just go down, baby, down. And shower, mommy, you're just
They said we should not eat. That was
Stay with me even if you've got some place to be. Stay with me even if you don't believe. Smile for me, baby, me please. Smile. Will break my heart too. Sing for me, even though your voice is crackle. Dance with me, even if you're dancing off the beat. Take a chance on me, don't you believe it's worth the risk? Smile for me, baby, me please. Smile.
Okay, sorry, we have had some discussion looking at the time. We want to defer the technical session that we have for this evening till tomorrow after the opening ceremony, so that people can go and rest. It's been a long and straight. We will not enjoy ourselves when we are tired. So we want to thank you all for coming. We will continue tomorrow morning. Tomorrow's session starts at 10:30 according to the program. We had conversation with the deputy governor this afternoon, and he will be here on time. So hopefully we will start the time tomorrow, 10:30 a.m. By God's grace. Thank you very much, and have a good evening. Thank you. Boom! You are presenting tomorrow. Yes, sir. So I know we'll sort it out. Okay.
see all over. You better tell your baby.